Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you here at this morning's August 11th workshop. It's a beautiful day here. Hopefully it's a little bit cooler today, but we shall see. Want to get going, moving to the agenda amendments. I want to make sure that the chair found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the August 11, 2023 agenda, updated August 9, 2023, and posted to the district website, manateeschools.net. Really the only amendments where we added some presentations. I think we tweaked the order of the presenters, so nothing really too crazy. Item number 3 is public comment. I believe we do have one public comment. Thank you. No, you're fine. Glenn Ware, come on up. As you come up to the podium, just make sure you stand in the middle of the podium so those mics can get you.
These two?
Yes, sir. And you got 3 minutes, and your timer will be right above you on the screen.
I won't need that much time. This will be
Okay.
It's been 24 years since the Columbine massacre. Now, the next day, you would have thought every school in the United States would have commenced the process of locking itself down and securing their facility so that nothing like that ever happened again. But that wasn't the case. That would have made sense. But due to the objections and irresponsible actions of the teachers, that didn't happen. And I'm not here to judge teachers. I don't have the right to judge anybody. I'm gonna let them judge themselves. But every time something like that happens, everybody screams, we've got to stop this. We've got to do something to prevent it from happening in the future. And they don't. As a result of not locking those schools down, we've had 386 school shootings since 2000. I don't think many of you had any idea it was that high. And I think in some cases, people don't want to know, because often to know is to do something about it. And obviously they haven't done that. We had 1,703 students and teachers wounded, and we had 1,200 children and teachers killed since 2000. That is so unacceptable, I can't even describe it. There are approximately 25 states right now that are allowing carry in some form. Florida has a guardian program that Governor DeSantis put in place, and we have about half of the districts who've taken advantage of that to various degrees. There is one schools that have done something about it, and they're called carry schools. A carry school is where the teachers and staff actually carry weapons on campus every day. And they put up a sign out in front of their school that says, warning. This school, the teachers and the staff are armed and will use whatever force is necessary to protect the students and the teachers. Interesting that in all the years since the carry schools have started, there have been 0 injuries, no deaths. There hasn't even been a shooting on their campus. I don't know if you can attribute that just to the sign or to the fact that if I'm a shooter, I'm going to go somewhere else. The SRO is not enough to prevent these shootings at schools. Uvalde and Parkland both had SROs on campus when that happened. I'm here today because I would like to urge, I think Manatee County has 51 schools, K through 12, not counting the private and charter schools, is that time?
You can finish your sentence.
Okay. Urge them to transition to a carry school yesterday. This is for the protection of the children and the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment. We appreciate you coming up. So let's move to some of our workshop items here for today. First is the internal auditor update discussion of audit committee procedures. I know we've got several CRIs here. I know the audit committee representative. I know Rachel's here. Is there any inclination of who wants to start first and go first? Yep, perfect. Come on up. Yeah.
So before CRI comes up to do their presentation, I was going to lead in to introduce them and briefly just mention the audits that are required by the district. And they're going to go into further detail on that in their presentation. There's 6 audits that are required related to business services of the district. The first one and foremost is the annual financial report. Section 11.45 in the Florida statute requires the Auditor General's office to conduct a financial audit every 3 years of a district of this particular size. And in the other years that the Auditor General's office is not present to perform that audit, the district is required to have an audit completed within 9 months after the close of the fiscal year end by a independent CPA firm. The district currently uses Cherry Beckert for those particular services. And in addition, the second audit is also an operational audit that is required by that same statute, 11.45 in the Florida statutes, for the Auditor General's office to conduct the operational at least every 3 years. The third audit, it's another one that the Auditor General's office does do. It's actually an attestation examination of the FEFP, and that is performed at least every 3 years. So the fourth audit is part of an administrative rule related to the Florida Administrative Code, and it's Chapter 8 for school internal funds, and it requires a school board shall provide an annual audit of the school internal funds. This being the case, the district here uses Cherry Beckert to perform that audit. Since this is a separate administrative rule, this is an audit that the district has performed every year by the firm. So even the year that the Auditor General's office is performing that particular, the financial audit, the district still has to conduct the one for the school internal funds, and they use Cherry Beckert. The fifth audit, it has to do with the an internal auditor. So districts that receive annual federal, state, and local funds over $500 million, this law says that they have to employ an internal auditor, and part of that internal auditor's function is to perform ongoing financial review of records, and that includes a comprehensive risk assessment of all school areas of the school system every 5 years, and conduct other audits and reviews. This district has been using CRI for that particular function, and it is they did that comprehensive back in 2020, have done some updates, but a full one again will be due in 2024-25. The sixth audit is related to statute 1013.35, and it is to conduct an audit of the district's educational planning and construction activities. The CRI has actually been performing for the fiscal year 2021, they have been performing some construction audits on those services, and the original or the last full education planning and construction audit was also done by King and Walker back in fiscal year 2017-18. So there are some other audits that get performed through the state. They're not audits that you can know when they're going to occur. The district will receive notification. Most of the time they are related to the audits of certain federal programs. The most current one that we have, that this district has received, was related to the ESSER. It was for ESSER 2, and that was a monitoring review where we have been doing follow-up with FDOE, and that was recently completed. There's also a local resolution related to the sales surtax, where inside that particular resolution, the board back in 2016 had included in its provision on that ballot work that the school board shall charge its audit committee with review of collection and proper use of the funds raised through implementation of the sales surtax. And this is a service that the district currently uses CRI to perform. And then we also, there's other local audits that we can request to do too. Lastly, is the one that we're going to perform with on the third-party administrator services related to the health plan to review audit of medical claims, and that's a request this year because we have just completed the calendar year using this third party for the first time. So if you guys don't have any questions of me, I was going to introduce CRI to come up and do their
statute
presentation.
stuff. I know they're going to talk about some of it too, so if there's any, it's going to be reinforced again.
I'm going to ask, the ESSER audit, has a copy of that report gone to audit committee? Have they ever looked at ESSER?
Right now, DOE is asking for a corrective action plan, and I believe it is still in the works to get put onto but I'll see to it that it gets sent over to the audit committee to be able to review as well. Yep, definitely.
They need to be involved.
Yep, will do.
I just have a quick question. Do we ever audit the referendum at all through any audit services? Or is
Yeah,
that
that's
just
the
that
sales
they're
tax you're
doing that?
talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's, well, that's a sales tax. There's a referendum tax too.
She was asking
Oh.
about the referendum.
No, the,
No, sorry.
go ahead.
No,
No, go ahead.
Ms. Sellers do it.
So CFOC has been charged with the responsibility of looking at that referendum and the uses. We currently do not use a firm to perform an audit of that, but I guess that would be a consideration too of the board if they would prefer to have.
But aren't those expenditures and the revenue included in the annual financial report?
Yes, it would be.
Because those items are in there. So that would be part of the sample, that they would pull in
When they look at
terms of
expenditure.
auditing
The entire.
instructional materials and things,
That's what I
so,
thought too. I thought it'd be already included
yeah,
with
so
the normal. audit, yeah.
to pull it out and do a separate audit on just that, unless CFOC sees something that they go, we need to see this,
Okay.
because you all have access to detail of what's in that.
Yeah, I could, so, to Ms. Foreman's point, I agree. If CFOC came and said, hey, we would like this particular item to be audited and looked at, that'd be something the board instructs CRI to say, hey, take a look at this, right? I mean, that's
That's
what
great.
what I would say, so,
But
it's
I-
just never been.
Yeah, but I
approached
think
that way.
they would be entitled to, if you see something and go, what is this? And they want to see the invoice, they don't have to go through us to go through.
Oh, correct,
They have access to that.
right.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
I think perhaps it would be good, since we just talked about the audit committee, maybe Mr. Daniels will come up just to explain their role, and then we'll jump into the CRI. Or what, or do you think you're going to work into yours? Okay.
I'm going to be very quick. I just want to let you know a little bit of the process of how we got to this engagement letter that you voted on last week, or earlier this week, because it's moving so fast. We did a evaluation of their work for the year. Each of us were given a questionnaire to do that evaluation, and they all came out highly effective. The way that it works during the year is we are your agents. Again, as the chair just talked about, the board directs CRI to do things. All we do is try to guide the recommendation to you. We're made up of CPAs that are experienced. Most of us are at least getting close to a white beard, and want to give that back. But I want to know that we looked at this letter and we looked at three different things. Number one is just to bring the letter that you have. The other is to step outside. We're in year 5 of the last request for quotation, but it doesn't mean that we could not have stepped out. The last alternative we looked at is a permanent internal auditor on staff. I know looking back, the district has had 2 of them. They don't last long because the demand for them, the need for them, the cost for them is just hard to overcome. So what we came up with is the best alternative is to continue the work with CRI. Again, they were rated highly effective. They've got some advantages. Is number one, they have an office in town. And that means they have personnel available and dedicated to this. The third thing is they have the resources outside of just this one office. They've got some people up in Tampa that are very, very experienced in the school board area and able to be drawn upon, including one that's doing the construction audit. So during the year, as we look at these audits, individual board or committee members are assigned to each one of those to work with CRI, work with the staff, identify the scope of what they're going to work on, what the points are. We review the report when it's done before it goes to the committee. We may offer some suggestions, some corrections, some changes. The committee does the same thing, and then that comes to you. But all action is at this level. We work at your direction. And so we feel that this is the best alternative. This is the year 5 of this current cycle. We have to go forward. One of the things they're going to recommend, and the board would hope listen to, is to start that process early. And the reason being is if you wait till the end of the year to send out the proposals, then anybody that gets chosen is going to take a while to get geared up, get started up, and we're going to have a gap in coverage.
When you talk about cycle, sorry to interrupt, just to verify that we all know what you're talking about.
The request for quotation is a 5-year cycle.
Correct.
We're in year 5 with this letter. And what we're saying is don't wait to start the next RFQ,
Correct.
so that it has time to be done in a timely fashion, in a detailed fashion, so that we as a committee can bring you the best recommendation, and then you as a board can make the best choice. We have had to have an irregular process where we're doing this presentation after the vote in order to keep work in place, keep things flowing. There's some things that are due, and if we had just waited and voted on your next meeting, we'd probably be late on some of it. So to avoid any of that type of conflict, I'm hoping that that RFQ process will begin. They will talk about it again. Now, would you want to introduce them? I mean, why not?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for me?
Ms. Sellers, would you introduce Mr. Blitzko too?
Well, I do have one quick question. Dr. Grusso came before us and talked about the RFQ process. What is the suggestion from the committee when we do start that? You've talked about starting it early. So when would you all suggest that we look at that to start that?
This fall.
Okay.
I mean, if we could get it out in January,
Gotcha.
it gives you time for the end of the school year to get either renew theirs or to go wherever we need to go
Gotcha.
in a timely fashion with the planning to be put in place so that there's no gap in service.
Okay. And would you all
We'll bring a recommendation.
exactly on how to complete it? Okay, perfect.
Work with Rachel.
I just want to
we'll
make sure
work
we
with
can put on the calendar
the
now.
Y-Song and come up with
Some open days. Okay.
proposed language for you and some details, whatever you
Perfect.
need.
Thank you.
Ms. Foreman, did you want me to also introduce Mr. Bliss?
Yes, yeah, we've got
A couple members here. Yeah.
we have so much.
So just to mention in the audience too, we have Mr. Blitzko. He is the current, are you interim? He's, okay, so he's the chair of the audit committee under, I don't think he wants to do it, but anyhow.
He was voluntold.
Exactly. So, and I'd like to introduce Mark Smith and Byron Shin. They are with CRI, the firm internal that we use for internal services.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm Byron Shin, and I wanted to introduce our team. Lori Kidder, who heads up our local team here, she's on vacation, happens to be in Iceland on a cruise, so
Not
that's why I'm here filling in. But it isn't like I'm not part of the team, I am. And I wanted to give some of the background, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark here. So I mentioned Lori. Lori was part of when we merged Shin and Company into Carr Riggs Ingram. That was part of the reason why we put our firms together, is we were doing some pretty big government work, and they happen to specialize in government. Carr Riggs Ingram actually does more county and city governments than any other CPA firm. We have more CPAs in Florida, licensed CPAs, than even any of the big four. They might have more employees, but they don't have more CPAs. So we really dominate the government arena. So that was part of the reason why we merged with them. Also, I'm involved as a consulting partner. I get some of the deep water stuff, the stuff that has hair on it, so they get me involved. We have Rob Broline, who is in Melbourne, and he specializes in internal audit and special engagements off of audits, forensic types. Rob's out of Melbourne, and he's been involved in your engagement the last couple of years. Mark Smith is a senior manager from us. We recruited him on a national search, and he is heading up the detail work here. And Mark, we've now hired Renee Hilario, and she previously worked for government down in Sarasota. So she's now a part of our team. So that's the makeup. And by the way, Lori also heads up our corporate team for single audit. Single audit is a unique area of the audit world. When you get grants over a certain dollar amount, you're required to have single audits annually. And that is something that's turned into the Auditor General and to the state and the feds. And so because she leads that up, it's really nice to have that in our backyard. A little bit about myself. And I'm going to get into the history of how we got here. So for some of you that don't know me, but a couple of the board members have been through this a little bit. But I went to Palmasola, Bayshore Middle School at the time, Manatee High, MJC, and USF. There's several of us here that are natives. And I know Chad, you are, and Steve Dye, and myself. And Gina. So we have many people that this is home. This is long time home. So I'll get into what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about timeline and history, which I'm drifting into. We're going to talk about internal audit, what it is, how it's different. We already talked about Florida statutes. We're going to run through that. We're going to talk about the comprehensive risk assessment that we do once every 5 years, and then we update it. Then we're going to talk about our approach to our projects. And I want to talk about the tone. It is very, very important to understand, and I would say we've come a long way since 2012, when I sat here and watched the superintendent resign and he wasn't here in person. And it was before the days of the statute that required internal audit. We had internal auditors working here, but there were issues going on. And so we had the resignation, we had the deficits. The state put together a team. They came in and made strong recommendations, and they very close came to where the state would actually physically do direct oversight. But they came in with strong recommendations, and some of them were requirements. And one of them was to get an independent internal audit team, because they felt like the internal audit team wasn't sufficient of magnitude to deal with some of the issues. That tone and culture was permeating throughout this district. And for years after we were hired, we were dealing with that. In a best practices world, we work for you. We work with the administration. We work with your CFO and your finance and your operational managers. We're not an external auditor that comes in and just calls balls and strikes. We're about operational improvements, enhancement and controls, how to do it more efficiently, how to use technology. When you can overkill with technology and it upsets the apple cart, so then you have to back up and say it's the cost of the controls offsetting the cost of operations. We would go to probably when Ms. Foreman Ms. Messenger came on, I think the tone changed. I know it changed with Doug Wagner. Until Doug took that position, Mr. Wagner, the interface with executive management was pringly at best. They didn't want change. They didn't like it. We had superintendents that were very tough. There were volunteers on the audit committee that there was some of my toughest professional days were sitting upstairs with the superintendent arguing on behalf of change. We now have a very improved culture where we're communicating with you. If run to the very end, I would like to recommend a couple of changes. And think about this. It's so easy to just put our reports off and then do 2 or 3 of them all at once and do them twice a year. But when we come to you, in the past, we would make recommendations. We're not making them as superficial. These are real issues, both operationally. Remember, we're all focused on the classroom and outcomes in the classroom. And then we're just supporting that end. When we make recommendations, a lot of times I come up here and we make a report, we give you the recommendations, and the board would say yes and push it on, instead of, okay, let's have a two-way conversation with the board. Because sometimes management doesn't agree. They have an opportunity to make their point, and you get to read it. And back in the day, they weren't necessarily agreeing, and they weren't really moving. And it was frustrating to the audit committee, it was frustrating to us. And we know that not all of our recommendations are going to be taken, but we'd like to at least have a conversation about it. We try to talk to each one of you individually and have that opportunity. We have new members here, so that's why I wanted to bring this up. We still have a situation where at times you've been understaffed, strained, and so there's issues that need to come before you, and only you can put forth the resources. Sometimes the superintendent will say, let's do it, but sometimes he or she will want to talk to you about it with us. So I would say having that conversation, when we make recommendations, be thinking, hey, Byron said let's have a conversation, even if it's 5 minutes. What are the key points? Now, there were 5, 6 years ago where management didn't take our recommendations, and the board was busy with all the other things going on, and the CFO had all these other issues, and the can kind of got kicked down the road. It is really, really important, and it doesn't take much time, but that little bit of conversation is very, very valuable. And to have it just where we have at least quarterly kind of a decompress on how good it's going. Now, you have a new environment. Not to say our previous CFOs weren't great, but you've got a great one here. We've worked with her back in the day before she worked here with the state. So you have a lot of qualified talent. We have teams of people now that embrace change and they want to make it better. The previous superintendent, I think, started to push that door open, and I can see it coming and we can feel it as your audit team. So I see that many of our recommendations are going to be jumped on before they even get to the light of day in front of you. But we still ought to have that conversation, because remember, we work for you and we're giving you heads ups. And if you see us wanting to get in front of you in a hurry, it's because time is of the essence, and time is money, and as we've seen with COVID, time hurts the kids too. I talked a little bit about, and CRI stands for Carr Riggs Ingram. We came out of the panhandle. So Mr. Carr is in Alabama, Phyllis Ingram is in Alabama, and Steve Riggs is in Destin, Florida. And Steve and I served on the State Board of Accountancy together. That's where I met him originally. And we were in the process of looking at trying to put 3 or 4 firms together in Central Florida, and a consultant said, you need to go talk to Bill Carr and Steve Riggs. I said, well, I know him. So next thing you know, we're talking. So that's how we got together. We represent 80 plus school districts with over $1 billion, the largest one being over $1 billion. And I want to turn it over to Mark at this time, but before I do y'all have any questions on the history?
Anyway, no.
One other thing I wanted to give you on the timeline on the history that I jumped over. We started in 2012 at Shin & Company, and then in 2018 is when we merged into CRI. 2019, there was an RFQ out, which was right after we joined CRI, and it happened to be on a good period of cycle, and they put it out for proposal, which had happened, and we were awarded it in 2019. Again, 2020, we did the 5-year comprehensive plan, so you can see the cycle going through its motions right now. So, any questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. I may not have been up here at this seat, but I've been in that seat, and I've been at home. And I've watched the migration of what the audit committee has done, and I remember the painful years that we went through. It was hard to watch, and I know some of the players that are not here now have shared stories, nightmare stories, to be quite honest. So for that, I want to thank you for getting us through all of that, because it was a hard pill to swallow at the time, through many projects that we were working on. So I just want to say thank you for the history lesson.
You're welcome. One other thing I wanted to bring up is the internal audit position that y'all have, and we've tried to work with over the years. One of the struggles that we have in the accounting profession is the shortage of talent, and especially in internal audit, and the salaries are racing higher and higher recently in the last 2 years. And it's very, very difficult, so we've been very fortunate not to have turnover, knock on wood. So we try to give people quality jobs in a great work environment, and having your job is seen as a very quality job from our firm's perspective. So we're open-minded to y'all trying to hire and work alongside us. Just there'll be some challenges on the salary grades and the recruiting of the quality talent, and I can dive into some of the details of why the first two, why it didn't work, but we can do that privately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
I just want to, I've been with, Byron and the audit committee for a long time, and I will say that you all have been incredibly responsive. When the audit committee came and said, this is our problem, and at the time it was staffing, that's when you brought in Mark, and he's a star, he's a rock star, so treat him right. And I'm sure Renee will come up behind him and be accepted as well. And what you had to say about timing and responsiveness, it is up to this board to be responsive. And so when audit committee comes with a recommendation, we need to take it very seriously. And I was really, really disappointed this last couple months with our response to their recommendations. And because I was there during that period of time when cans got kicked down the road, or they weren't getting the respect that they deserve, and these are CRI, we've got the audit committee, which is, we could not afford to pay them what they're worth, what they charge in the open market. I mean, you look at the room full of CPAs, that's spending hours every month, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of talent that we are getting at no charge because of their love for the district. And that's my soapbox on it. And that, just so that you understand, that is why I push so hard when we're not behaving as we should, because I have gone through that, I have seen it, I've lived it on the audit committee side, and I don't want to see us ever regress back to the way that was. So anyway, that's my soapbox. Thank you.
Can I ask a question real quick? What is it that you're concerned about? Was it the fact that it had something to do with this engagement letter and we were gonna go for a time frame without an official contract with the auditor? Was that what you're
The
concerned
audit
about?
committee recommended accepting that engagement letter. They had gone through the review, an evaluation of CRI. They had gone through that engagement letter over a period of 2 meetings, which is 4 months. And when they came to us with that engagement letter, we just said, we want to have a workshop first. I'm not saying that we do everything that they say, but that particular, every engagement letter can be changed, can be modified. So it wasn't like we are signing with blood that, yeah, this is what we're going to do. And rather than, and I advocated for it very hard, and we disrespected the audit committee, we disrespected CRI, and frankly, I felt disrespected because I am the board liaison with the audit committee. I am the communication person, and when I ask for something to be on the agenda related to audit committee and it's not done, okay, how can I be an effective liaison if my request to bring something before the board is not allowed? So, yeah, and that's on you, Mr. Chair. You know.
I'll get a rebuttal here in a second. That's okay. Go ahead.
That's fine, you know, no, you justify it, but it should have been brought to this board to vote on the recommendation of the audit committee. And if we deviate from that, things are gonna go south real fast.
So rather than looking for blame, I'm just trying to understand what we could do better.
Well, so I'll explain what
What we
I
could
think
do,
can
just
do better.
what we could do better so I
So,
can understand what
Mr.
happened and
Shin
what we
brings
could do
up
better.
a great point of quarterly meetings, right? So I just emailed Laura to make sure that we talked with audit committee, make sure that right now we're setting those quarterly meetings at our workshops,
Okay.
that they're done, right? So we know, I'm just making a month up, October, right? So October 2nd workshop, we know audit is already on there.
Okay.
So then when we come together and say, hey, these are the workshops, we want items to the superintendent, we already know there's already one slotted there, and then in January there's one, and then in March there's one, et cetera, right? Okay? So that's number one. And so what, and again, as far as I can justify it or not, from before that, there was never any that I knew of. So when I say that I knew of, when I sat with the superintendent in my board briefing to set the workshop items, never once was I told the audit committee would like to meet and have a report or any of those times, and we went for several months without one. And then it was thrown on, not in a bad, I'm not accusing CRI, the audit committee, but there was no education to 2 new board members about an item that we're going to vote on that's pretty important. There was never any prior education. That's why I felt like it was right to push it, so we get the education part of it. Not that I don't want them to do the work or whatever, it's that the education piece was there. And knowing the 2 new board members are very into looking at things into detail, et cetera, and wanting to know what's going on, it was too important for me to say, let's put this through without actually having this type of education. Should have happened way earlier, absolutely. We're in the middle of a search and things like that, yes. But it was never, it is not like the audit committee came January, February, March, April, May, June, and said, we want to get in front of y'all to present quarterly our reports, et cetera. None of that communication was there, at least not to me. Not saying they didn't discuss it. So I want to make sure that I'm not here I've pushed this thing down the road and kicked this can. No, it was never approached to me until that final thing was to approve. So moving forward, we can say whatever we want in the past. Moving forward, we've already got that scheduled. She'll talk to Mr. Blisko to make sure the audit committee has the days that we want it on there for the next, every quarter. And also the RFQ, I've already asked her to do that. So you all, the audit committee has that in mind. So we can get that date. But I think that to me is, and we probably should have done this years and years and years ago. We set you all quarterly coming in to present to us on the workshop item list on the calendar, and so we know it's there, and we can add 2 or 3 items to that workshop.
And
on top of that too. But we should have had you guys scheduled like that from the beginning, so.
Just, Mr. Chair, just so that you are aware, audit committee meets every 2 months, and in the past, after every audit committee meeting, they have come and presented to the board. So just- And I'm not gonna debate it anymore, but just
Yeah,
wanna
Mr.
make that,
Mr.
make you
Chair.
aware of that.
If I can say,
Okay.
I'm gonna defend the chair here a little bit because we are two members. We can watch it on that side and on screen at home, but to be in it, it's way different. To Ms. Foreman's credit, she's served on the committee. She went from the committee to the bench. So she has a lot more history with what you do and the things that you provide to us, where myself and Mr. Tatum are new at this role, but I kind of knew what you did anyway. But this is going to be an in-depth presentation from what I can see. So I am glad that you're here, and it was never my intent of kicking a can down the road. It was more like, I would like to have more information so I know what we're voting on. I'm not going to be arbitrarily voting on something that I'm not 100% comfortable with. And although I know the history, it's better to know than not to know. So I'm in line with Mr. Choate on
I'd like
doing
to-
this workshop here, so.
I'd like to make 2 quick comments. If you go back to early on, remember, we're professionals, and we have an engagement letter that says we work from here to here, which is your fiscal year. Our malpractice coverage will only cover us during that period. I can say that there were times when the delay of our contract was used as a weapon against us.
Oh.
Can you explain that real quick, sir, what you mean by that?
Okay, for instance, there was a period where there's a state law, it's in the statutes that government, once the work's provided, that has to be paid within so many days. And there can be extenuating reasons. It got to the point of legal at our firm, Shin and Company, because they withheld 4+ months of payment.
The school system held for
Yes.
that. Okay.
And then and we were with the audit committee. They knew about it. We were dealing with them too. And we never got to a legal level. But remember, when it doesn't get renewed, we go into a pause mode. And then keeping up that annual update on the risk assessment, and there's always projects that are rolling over, whether it's this sales surtax, we go into a pause. Now, granted, the internal finance people say we get a break from the internal auditors. This is great. And I get that, because the school's starting and we're trying to give you all some room too, because we're part of the team. We're thinking operationally. But that was one example. Another one,
Real quick though, I don't understand, I didn't see the connection between, because when you make an accusation like the school system is using
they didn't.
your engagement letter as a weapon against your firm, that's a pretty, you're basically accusing people of malfeasance or corruption or something like that. So I'm trying to understand what the connection was between the engagement letter and us not paying you and blackmailing you or something.
I'm not saying it was blackmail.
Okay.
I did not mean that. I just said that they weren't following their own state statutes.
Okay.
And our job is to, when we see something going on in procurement, in education, and HR, it's our job to bring it to your attention by the way of going through the superintendent. I'm just giving you an example of one that was painful.
Sure.
And there have been years where it's been very, very smooth. And there's been a couple of years where we had to wait a month and a half, 2 months, and we actually went into a pause.
Could I encourage you, please, then, to be very careful about saying things like the school system was using the engagement letter as a weapon against you, and somehow we were withholding. I mean, we may have withheld payment. Maybe that was a clerical error. Maybe somebody just wasn't doing their job. Maybe, I don't know. But to say somehow that the school system was weaponizing that to use it against, it's just one of those. Without some proof to that, and I kind of asked you for it, and you can't draw the connection. So I'm looking for ways to do better than that kind of language is not helpful. Let's just put it that way. So, okay, great, thanks.
And then we have brought in some of our reports, procurement issues and people going above their approvals
Okay.
and not making it into a discussion with the board. And that's what I'm saying, when those things come to light, we need to have a conversation. The audit committee's aware of it, we're dealing with it. And sometimes that kind of information needs to be one-on-one with y'all and then in the public eye too. So just being aware of that.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Mark's turn.
All right, good morning. So we have a lot to try to get to the spot. Okay. All right, so kind of start off with, we kind of touched on what internal audit is, external audit is, but wanted to have in here on page 7 the definition. It's direct from the Institute of Internal Auditors. They're recognized as the global organization that provides guidance to internal audit, issues the different certifications, certified internal auditor, certified risk management, and really want to point out that internal audit is just it's just not the financial piece. It's working with the school district, working with an organization to add value to it, improve on controls, look at risk management of processes and overall governance of that. We work really well, and you kind of see from the previous slide, 2020 to present, just the different kind of audits that we performed over the last just 3 years or so, 4 years. And, we continue to work, and your internal audit should be part of the team, even if it's outsourced internal audit or in-house internal audit. I regularly pick up the phone or talk with Mr. Rinaldi or Mrs. Sellers. Doug Wagner and I probably had more conversations before 8 a.m. or after 6 p.m. than we did during business hours. So really try to be internal audits part of the team that you work with an organization. The next slide kind of provides external audit. Part of this is from the AICPA, which is the governing organization or oversight of CPAs and external audit. And again, external audit really in the definition is looking at your annual report that's issued, either Cherry Beckert for 2 years or the state, and they're opining on or giving their opinion about the financial statement that's free from material misstatements, whether to error or fraud, and they issue a report. On slide 9, really point 2 there is they do evaluate internal controls, but it's really just relevant to where they feel comfortable with the procedures that are in place over financial reporting. So again, internal audit's looking at the organization as a whole day to day, where external audit's really concerned with the financial reporting. And the ACFR, the report that you see that's issued by Cherry Beckert, or that is put together by the school district, at the end, the last 5, 7, 8 pages that you see, that's their report. That's their deliverable that they give on doing their external audit, where ours, you see today, the reports that we're issuing and those that are on the audit committee page on the school's district's website under the board, those are kind of deliverables that we have. So that's kind of the difference. We have this next slide to really compare and kind of, drill home that on the right side, you have the external auditors about financial statements, financial controls. They make recommendations to improve just the financial control environment. We're internal audit, we're looking at the organization as the whole. We're looking at operational, financial, regulatory. Byron touched on the first line item there is your internal audit department makeup. You have an outsourced internal audit where, we do feel like we are part of the team and we interact. Or you could have an in-house where you have an auditor that is directly hired by the school district, which you've had. And then you could outsource certain audits. So say a transportation audit, you might outsource to CRI or another organization. Or you could do co-sourcing, which is basically having someone from CRI as an employee to work with the in-house internal auditor. So there's different ways you could have internal audit, where external audit's always going to be an external firm that you're going to have come in for certain period of time. Usually they're in here for the 6 months to issue to review the financial statement, and issue their report. We worked when you had an in-house internal auditor. There were 2 occasions over the last 4 years. Those did not work out for one reason or another. But even in our engagement letter that you have, we say that if you do hire an in-house internal auditor, we will work with them in, whatever capacity that you need us to. And then as note the desire of the audit committee to have an in-house, to develop an audit staff, and if that grows, then, our involvement, will alter, but we enjoy working with the school district, and we'll be here in whatever capacity you need us when that happens. So does anyone have any questions, kind of the difference between internal, external, what we do?
I do actually. So we have your organization, your CRI, right?
Yep.
And so you do internal or external audits? Maybe that should be clear to me by now.
We do for the school district here internal.
Internal audit.
Our firm does do external audits as well for other school districts, other clients, cities, counties. But for what we do for Manatee County schools is internal audit.
Okay. And then we have Cherry Beckert, apparently, right? And what does Cherry Beckert do?
They're the external auditors, so they're the ones that review your end of year, the financial statement, controls around specific financial reporting, so that then they could issue their opinion if those controls are adequate and that could be relied upon, those financial statements. We do interact with them. That's part of their procedures. We'll talk with them. They'll ask us, do we encounter any major frauds this year? What areas we looked at? But that's kind of the difference.
Okay. Yes, sir.
One thing I'd like to add is you cannot do both,
Okay.
because when you're doing internal audit, you're actually involved in operations. We aren't management. We don't make management decisions, but we do make recommendations and maybe have multiple recommendations. And because of that, we cannot do the external. There is also, think of it as the external is the financial report to the state and to the taxpayers.
Right. Okay.
It goes into your annual report. Our part is operational and financial.
Okay.
And it doesn't have the high level of materiality. We drill down into smaller transactions.
Okay. And apparently you also make recommendations on how to do things better internally? Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay. So the external auditor is just kind of a big picture at the end of the year, is what you said you did in general in the big picture, what actually happened. You guys are more in the day-to-day operations, looking at specific aspects of the organization, then making recommendations on how to do it better. Is that right?
Right. And
Good.
we listen to people, like obviously the board and management. And part of that risk assessment is bringing it from, it's an enterprise-wide review of what's working and not working, and then prioritizing on a heat map. You only have so many hours in the day, so you want the high risk, high items first, and we'll be going through that heat map with you.
Okay.
And it'll be great that we're doing it, or you will be doing it in the next 12 months, so this will be a great opportunity for the new members to be, because you're giving, it's easy to get lost in the trees. You're coming in with a fresh, big picture, so it'll be very, very valuable.
Great. Thank you.
I just have a question.
Okay,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
So, when you're saying that we have worked with, or you have worked with our staff, and we had an internal audit department that worked directly with you, am I correct in saying that?
There was an individual,
Yeah.
I think the first one about 3 months or so, and then that was it. And then the next one, maybe 6 to 9 months was about right. But that was the extent of having an in-house internal auditor at the district within the last 4 years.
4 years. So you're recommending that we do have?
We're not that's an option that you can have, so I'm just saying, here's the different kind of audit shops you could, and the audit committee has wanted that, and they've tried that format, and it just has not worked out. But if you, in the event you do have that, we have the ability to continue to provide service for you.
I'll give you an example. Orange County, much bigger than us. Orange County still has an external team, like Carriggs Ingram, but they have several internal auditors, and they work together seamlessly as a team, and they allocate what they're capable of doing on the inside, and they coordinate with the audit committee and the board, where they're using their resources. And the higher risk and the more depth we bring in experts, that's when they're going outside.
Okay.
So when and how do we transition from the current model to that model? And with the salary levels and the limited number of people, but we are Manatee County, it's a great place to live.
Right. And we're attracting more people every day, so.
Yes.
Are these internal auditors employees of the district, or are they your employees that are?
Well, they were employees of the district for those short amount of times.
Oh, yeah, we got
And Ms. Messenger, would you, since you've been here a while, could you give us your thoughts on whether we should have an internal auditor or not have an internal auditor, or what your experience has been?
When I first joined, we didn't have one. It was CRI was our internal, and who was the external at the time? It wasn't Cherry Burkhardt.
Or Stevenson Lovelace.
Let's say if you said the name, yeah. And there were board members that thought that this was important. The audit committee, I think, thought it was a good idea to hire somebody, so we did hire somebody. I liked the idea of it. I'm not against it. It just didn't work well. And I don't know if that was based on the choice. There was a lot that happened with that first person that I think soured a lot of things. And to do that job in this environment is difficult, and you need a really specific person with really specific skills, not just CPA skills. You need somebody that can stand there and calmly explain everything to you, and that is a very specific skill set that not everyone possesses. You need someone that knows how to work with people and get feedback from people and have those interpersonal skills. That's another skill set that they need on top of the CPA. And finding somebody that had all those different pieces and can maneuver in this politically charged environment with 5 different individuals that at times, and I don't necessarily saying it's happening now, but at times there were board members that would pull that person one way or another. And having someone, see, I didn't say names, having somebody that can maneuver all of that is really specific. And our first person, I don't think, could manage all of those things. And the second one, so I'm not against the job. I think it could be beneficial. I think it could actually be, in the long run, a cost savings to the district, which is why we looked at it. Even if you paid that person a significant amount of money, you, in theory, could be getting more hours of work from that person. So that, in the long run, could be a cost savings. Plus, it's somebody that would be more directly tied, to the audit committee, to us, that, could, be responsive 24 hours a day. Well, not 24 hours a day. I don't really think people should work on
Christmas.
nights and weekends. I know Mr. Smith said he does that, but I don't think you
New
should
Year's
have to
Eve,
do
like,
that.
I got a question
You
about
got kids, you just, but so I think there's a lot more positives than negatives, but finding the right person was very difficult for us. And then also managing that person when you have 5 bosses plus an audit committee. And then I think we wrote in the job description that there was a lot of mess about what was in the job description and who they're really responsible to, because
They wouldn't work for the somehow they're
No.
outside the
they
superintendent.
cannot work for the super. If you want them to truly be,
True.
you want them to work for you. Because that was part of the problem with what happened before, is the internal auditors in 2011, when everything happened, they didn't work for the board. They worked for the superintendent and the district, and that was who they were responsible to.
Right.
Yeah, and
You
guidance.
don't want that.
Yeah, and guidance has that you should directly report to a board or audit committee, and then you administratively can report to some, within the district day to day. But that's just proper IA guidance, is that, yeah, direct should be to the board or to audit committee.
And that's how we had it when we set it up. That is how we set it up. But when you have 5 different bosses that all are, and the only time you really can direct a person is if they're standing in front of you, right? Or if they're responsible to the audit committee and when they're standing in front of the audit committee. And it was very clunky. I'm sure there's a way we could fine tune it. I'm open to that. I do think it could be a savings in the long run, but it's expensive to get started.
Is that
Right.
position still on the books, or is it?
Yeah,
Oh, well, yeah, it's still there, but no one's in it.
no one's in it, but
in
it
theory,
exists.
It's budgeted and funded, it's
Well, I don't know if you
So it
have to
could
look
be
through
one
the
of
budget.
those
I don't know if
things
it's
that we
budgeted,
not budgeted, okay.
but, I mean, the board could allocate if they so choose. But the job description exists.
So we could get a copy of that job description?
You can usually search them on the school district's website. There's a section on the school district's website where you can search job descriptions.
Thank you.
Dr. Weissong, have you had any experience with internal auditors and hiring them, and whether it's a good idea, how it works out, any input into the discussion? Or?
I think there, again, as we've talked, there's 67 different ways that, these arrangements are done. I'm more familiar with this, hiring of a firm as opposed to an individual. I think just listening to the conversation, and I know in Manatee there's a lot of sensitivity, rightfully so, to the history and how things have evolved. I think the key is if you have that person, that one person, maybe they have a small staff that is the internal auditor. It is, if it's going to run well, it has to be both collaborative and a little bit adversarial, right? Because you don't want that person to work for me. That is the person who calls out and says something isn't right, but you also don't want daily friction in the organization, right? So you want good collaborative people and very clear foul lines, right? And everybody understands where those are. And then when somebody steps out, that's that internal auditor saying, wait a minute, board, we've got an issue, or we're about to have an issue. So I agree. I think it can work. It's just putting all the right pieces together. And then you have that culture of collaboration, but also clear reporting and foul lines.
So my question, I mean, these are all, I know you had a comment too. I know these are all good ideas and things like that to look at into, but since we have struggled with it in the past, and I wasn't privy to the first one, just the second one, like for a little bit, my question is, do you see in other districts and other places that you guys work with, from a normal staff level, are there districts that have not their own internal auditor per se, but on a staff level, more folks to help with that? So I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly, because a fear is we've got X amount of staff people in financial services. They got to do their daily job. They got to do stuff for audit committee, CFOC, our internal auditor, extra, and so could we potentially help ourselves by having a couple more? And I'm looking at Rachel as well, just like, could you have another employee that is like, that's the person that goes to the audit team, goes to them to get the reports and get everything they need, so we're not interrupting someone's daily work? I don't know if I'm making sense on that.
Can I chime in on that?
Yeah.
A little bit? I know that there's been a lot of good communication and collaboration with the audit committee, the staff, and you. But where serving on the CFOC committee, it has not been that fluid. So that's where I would
Of
come.
getting reports.
Of getting data, and they struggle on getting data, and have long before Ms. Sellers was here. way back, they've had trouble getting data. I've been there and I've seen them ask for data and we couldn't get it. And I don't know if it wasn't, we were transitioning from one system to another, so that was a challenge. I understand all of that. But I'm inclined in looking into this. I think there's a consensus to do that because there's such a pull and a demand on staff to do what their daily jobs is, and then answering questions from audit, answering questions from the CFOC, and all of those kind of things. I mean, I think there would be a cost savings to what we could do internally versus externally.
Well, internally,
So I-
they're
I
still
know-
gonna be.
I know they're still gonna have
independent
that
and
conversation.
report. They're not gonna be doing day-to-day functions. They're gonna
Right.
have their audit plan of the audits they're gonna conduct, but they're still gonna have to request information from the
I
people that
understand
have
that.
it. So it's still gonna have to have that effort that, because they're gonna be, you know, within the internal audit department, having to execute the audits and have to go to all the different sources for the items they need.
They have to be independent, so your internal auditor that's assigned that
Right,
needs to be separate, and that's their full-time job.
right.
And I'd like to go back to what Ms. Messenger referred to. You were going through that transition of culture, and no matter how tough they were, I don't think it was survivable on the first person. I think that she was very politically
Right.
correct.
Yeah.
The second one, still, but you now have the strength of financial leadership, not that you didn't have before, you had some very qualified people. But I think with her broad experience with other districts and with the leadership you now have and the way y'all are working together as a team, I know the audit committee and Mr. Blitzko was very outspoken on this at the audit committee, and he wanted to make sure I brought it up, so that's why I made it part of my presentation. I think the audit committee should work in tow with y'all on this, and it should be something you put on that by the end of the year, let's have this figured out and work toward growing that internally. Thank you.
Because even the second in-house internal auditor you had, we still had our full slate of hours with theirs because, you know, you want to at least get some gain and do some additional areas in audit, not always have only X amount of hours a year to do. Another school district, they put out a presentation and they looked at, based on the general fund, how many auditors were there at different school districts. And so it came out to about, they benchmarked for every 100 million in the general fund, it ranged from 0.31 FTE to 1.17 for an average of 0.38. So that would put you at, if you want to really compare to other school districts, that's 3 probably FTE that you need to have with internal audit. So even if you hired an in-house internal auditor, you know, you still need someone to help do the hours. It's really until you start getting to that scale of 2 or 3 that it really starts, you know, you still have, like Byron said, Orange County Schools uses CRI to come in and do some of the audit work and other things like that. So, you know, big thing with internal audit, especially when you're a director in-house, is you want a seat at the table. So you want to be in those executive meetings, maybe not as a voting member, but you need to know what's going on from an internal audit. So not every hour you spend is doing audits. You're still doing that management type interacting, you know, so you still need resources to help do the plan since all your hours just aren't going to be thrown to sitting there and doing internal audits. So you do need to have a staff that is more than just one if you want to see a really strong in-house internal audit department. So. All right. The statute was touched on, you know, and you're required to. You have over 500 million in excess of funds, so you have to have an in-house internal. You have to have an internal auditor. It does not have to be in-house, but you could have, you know, the relationship you have with us or have a firm. And then every 5 years is the comprehensive risk assessment. That doesn't mean you have to wait 5 years. That's just the statute that it has to be done every 5 years. And as we get into the risk assessment process, you know, it's not just you do it, you forget it, and you move on. You know, and the statute, you know, has here just the different types of audits to to conduct. And on the second page of the statute, really what that's saying, one, we should prepare reports and provide it to the board or designee. And the third bullet point is that, within the statute, if you go to 11.473 and 4, it states that if I'm doing an internal audit or you have one and you're requesting information or requesting documentation, it has to be provided. So that you can't withhold that, and it could result, I believe, in a misdemeanor or even a removal of office from individuals. So that statute puts weight behind when you perform an internal audit, you have to provide the information that's being requested for those purposes. So that's what the last bullet point, or number 3, is on the statute. As far as the comprehensive risk assessment, like we said, statute says 5 years. You don't have to wait 5 years, but when we do the comprehensive risk assessment, we'll kind of walk through that process. The risk assessment and guidance from the IA is you have to constantly be evaluating, are you deploying your internal audit resources based on risk? So really the risk assessment tells you we have so many hours to do audits. What are the priorities we need to do based on risk, management requests, items like that. So when you do the risk assessment, you're looking at what's happened probably in the last year and what's happening really in the next year or two. Beyond that, you really don't know what could happen. You come up with an audit 5-year plan on your best estimate, but that doesn't mean you have to stick to it, or you can't change every year, every 6 months, or even every month if something comes up. So that's why it's important in the audit plan, even when we get to it, to have a lot of audit shops put at least 20% of the hours for audits into unassigned. And that's so that if you have things that come up, you're not kind of stretched already, and you could be agile. Or if you have overrun in audits, if things take a little bit longer or scopes increase because you get in and there's things that are important to look at. But that's why it's important to kind of understand the risk when you perform the risk assessment. In these steps, the first one, gather information. We spend a lot of time trying to understand what the audit universe is, what are the different departments, what are the different areas, so that when we set up interviews and we talk to people, we kind of have a really good idea of how big and all the different departments. We get previous reports, audit reports, external, internal, policies, procedures, and try to get a really good understanding. We've done this a couple times with the school district, so hopefully we'll be able to do again, and we really want to. We have a head start kind of on a lot of these steps when we do it, but it's always good to refresh that. As far as risks that you're evaluating, kind of listed here some internal and external and business risks when we're doing this, and you'll kind of see in the next slides where we evaluate some of this, but you're really looking at those internal, external forces that might prevent you from achieving your goals or objectives, when you're looking at risk, and those that impact the areas, so that when you're determining what needs to be reviewed or what needs to be looked at, you're considering some of these within that. Part of the risk assessment process on 15 is we have this subjective questionnaire. We send this out to the different people before we meet with them, so that we have a good idea of what's going on in their area, so that we could pinpoint and talk to them. When we do the comprehensive risk assessment, we probably meet with close to 50 people, and that includes board, audit committee, executive management departments, and drill down to different, depending on the areas, different functions within different departments, where the annual risk assessment that we do might be board, audit committee, and executive management. So you kind of tell that the depth and the amount of time that's spent on that comprehensive is a lot more than the traditional annual one to update it, because we do meet with everyone. But part of that is this questionnaire that we provide to them. On the next slide, we have a scorecard. So after we meet with them and kind of have an idea of what the risks are, this is almost like a survey. They answer 1 to 5 on these. Do you have growth of audible unit? Do you have turnover training? So it allows us to score that individual area, but also we could take the results of this and see, okay, out of 40 departments, like 8 of them, or 40 of them have a lot of turnover. Or here's the ones that have a lot of cash controls or certain things. So maybe it's not an audit of that specific area, but maybe there's a more global audit we could do. So we use these different scorecards and on 17, which then provides us these colors that we use. So the probability is how likely there is risk, and severity is what is the impact of that. So these are what kind of combine when we end up doing the risk assessment to that heat map that we would provide to show us what's high and then what's low based on the scoring. But also we take in account discussions we've had with individuals and management, the board and audit committee, so that we could come up with the audit plan on 18. So we take those risk assessment reviews, we discuss it. We then propose the audits to the audit committee. And there's a lot of discussion on there on what audits we should do, why are we doing them. The audit committee then recommends to the board the audit plan, and then the board's the one that ultimately approves the audit plan. Now, the initial audit plan is the comprehensive, I said, 5-year plan. We go out 5 years, but again, things can change at any moment. It doesn't mean it's set in stone. Even our engagement letter that has a plan in there, if things need to change or need to be adjusted, they can. So there's no just commitment because we said we're doing this audit. It has the ability, and you should, as an internal audit department, constantly evaluate risk and adjust to what's changed. So that's why, we've talked about before, just because the engagement letter has a schedule in the back if something comes up, or that's why we try to allot this year some time for special projects or for any other audits, because there might be something requested like medical claims or things like that, and we change the audit plan and move on. 20 and 21 kind of has that audit universe, so you can see we had 48 on there. Some departments were able to meet or cover some of these, but that's pretty much all the areas that we'll cover in the comprehensive risk assessment. We do have columns in there that say last audit and performed by, so if we did present this, and I think we did have this in the presentation to the audit committee that we made, it has, was it an external audit that performed it? Was it internal audit? Was it a state auditor? Was it a federal audit? Some of these areas get covered. Like food nutrition, they'll have a federal audit that comes in and looks at that. So we don't audit that, and we talk with them during the risk assessment. We understand, they're the one that's performing that. Where some of these that we'll do in our audit plan will be performed by us. Any questions on the risk assessment, developing the plan, presenting it to the board, audit committee? Any questions on how that works or nothing? Okay. 22 starts with our specific audit approach. What we do is within the audit committee, they'll sign an audit committee member liaison to the audit. So right now we're at 4 audit committee members, so one of them will get assigned, and it's really just to kind of touch base with them throughout the audit. We kind of meet with them in the beginning, and CRI performs the work, we perform the audit, we write the report. It's us that does that, but the liaison's there to they might have some ideas or maybe some thoughts, or maybe they have some background that's familiar with that area to consider. But ultimately, after doing our walkthroughs with management, getting their concerns, we're the ones that develop the plan. We're the ones that perform the testing. At the end, we will provide the report to the liaison to give us, some feedback on, make sure that maybe what we wrote they understand, or it's well communicated, or maybe they have an idea. Did you look at this area or that area? But in the end, it does come from CRI. We provide those observations to management. Management provides their responses. Then we present the draft to the audit committee. The audit committee reviews. They might have some feedback. There could be some minor changes in it. And then Once that gets approved by the audit committee, it's provided to the board, presented at a workshop, and then we would then, the final would then go to the, or be presented at the board meeting, and then the final version is put on the website for the district. So that's kind of the process for the, our approach to the internal audit. And through these, the walkthroughs, we get down in the details, the weeds, we try to understand why things, how things are worked, your procedures and policies cover everything, or is there better, more efficient ways to do things? How are you utilizing PeopleSoft in conducting what you do? Are you using manual process and spreadsheets? What are the regulatory requirements for this area? How are you following them? So we really get down into how it works. And then also, the main thing is the definition of internal audit is we need to make recommendations that add value. So just, it shouldn't be, you need to do this because, it's required or you have to, which can be if it's a regulatory, but at the same time, is there a more efficient way to do it? Can you use reporting to pull things? Can you, instead of having to look through a 4,000-page report for certain things, can we get an exception report for that? There's things like that we work with them to try to improve their controls and their efficiency, and we've done that in some of our reports that you can see. An example of an audit that we talked about and is on there, facility and maintenance. I know Mrs. Sellers covered there is a regulatory requirement to do the facility, the planning one. This scope here is more aimed at an operational towards facilities and maintenance, where we look at, for example, policies and procedures, the Jacobs report that was conducted to risk and for them to prioritize schools and, how are they using that report? How are they monitoring the progress on that? We look at maintenance tickets that come in. How are you prioritizing that? I know there's meetings that prioritize certain things for safety concerns. Do you have KPIs or key performance indicators on how quickly tickets get addressed and how long they stay open and monitoring them? The inventory they have, performing, an inventory, how they keep track of all their materials and ordering, segregation of duties in the system, and as well as how they utilize PeopleSoft. So that's a detail where we would take a approach for a facilities and maintenance audit. If we did a risk-based, you'd call it audit or operational audit. That's the key things we'd focus on in that type of review. The next steps, I know these timelines are a little off because of where this fell, but you did vote for the revised engagement letter. The 3 internal audit reports, what I'm going to present today, would then be voted hopefully at the next board meeting. And then, we'll get to the RFQ process. The audit committee coming up, will be presenting 2 reports there that then could be presented at an upcoming board workshop. And then the school, that would be that next September workshop. But on the RFQ, we would recommend that you get started on that as soon as you can, so that December or no later than January, you could make the decision on your internal audit firm. Like we want to remain it. We enjoy working with the school district. We hope it's us, and we will continue to work with you. In the event it's not us, we would still finish our audits that we have scheduled for the year, but that would give the new firm next spring a chance to come in, or if it's us, we could adjust the audit plan like we discussed, perform that risk assessment so that January 1 or July 1, 2024, at the start of the next school year, you already have your audit plan done, you already have your risk assessment updated, and then that audits could stay on schedule for the 2024-2025 school year. So I know we talked about the RFQ, so that might be something at the September audit committee meeting that's in 3 weeks at least to discuss, to start getting that going, so that by the time you get to December, the decision can be made. There's an audit committee in November, and then there's one in January. So that's kind of the time frame that you
Put it on the agenda for September.
yeah. So to get going for the RFQ process. 27 is the scope of work, and that was what was presented in the engagement letter that was approved on Tuesday, which included the medical insurance billing that we discussed, as well as the other audits in here. Page 28 is the fees. The fees are kept the same from last year to this year. And, you know, the next contract year, we're out of options on it. But just wanted to show you that we've kept the fees slightly up a little on that. Internal accounts, yes, you have Cherry Beckert performs internal accounts, but it was requested by the audit committee to have someone come in and do more detailed review of those internal accounts. It's separate from the estimated hours above, and actually one of the reports we're going to present is those internal accounts, so you kind of see what we do, but it does differ. The external auditors they look at when they do theirs, they look at every school. They do a random sample throughout the school year, and their sample size varies on the school and the dollar amount and some other factors that they put in there. We do look at a couple things that are the same. You know, we'll look at timeliness of deposits and or the proper documentation on expenditures. But when we go on site to do these, we perform a walkthrough, and they're for principal and bookkeeper changes. So when we select these, we work with the finance department on what changes there were at what schools might have more risk to them based on what they've seen at the school, or things that they feel maybe would be good for someone to go into that school and look at. But when we go there, we work with the bookkeeper on looking at where the cash is kept. You know, we look at a lot of different variety of things. We pull samples. We have them walk us through when they do their processes, look at system access, physical access, a number of things, the reconciliations they do every month. A lot of them aren't included in what Cherry Beckert does, but we do. I think last year, I have on slide 30, we did 5 schools, and the total billing was 10,000, just over, but we had budgeted 38,000 for 12 schools. So we're not going to the schools just to kind of satisfy the 12. It's really based on, and the last number I got from finance, there's about, I think, 10 total schools to 12 to consider. So I'll talk with them a little bit more, and then when we go to audit committee in September, I'll discuss with them how many we want to do, which ones we want to go out to, and then we'll go out and do those in the next. And we like to look at the period of more recent. So Cherry Beckert's the previous year that's conducted. We look at what is more recent with that new bookkeeper, and because it also gives an idea, are they doing the things they're supposed to be doing when it comes to internal accounts, and gives a more recent picture rather than maybe a 12-month previous on what's going on at that school. So those are the difference between Cherry Beckert doing internal accounts and what we would do when we go visit a school and spend 4 to 6 hours at the school, kind of going through and walking through things with the bookkeeper and trying to understand. And then at the end, we'll give some recommendations on maybe there's some current themes that we see at the schools as well. In the interim, which now that it's been approved, we've already started working with the medical claims. The letter went out to Manatee requesting the report that we worked with Mrs. Sellers on the fields we'd like to. So we're waiting to hear back from them. So once we get what we need, we can continue that. We started the sales surtax audit. We usually try to get that to the audit committee in November. So we're already started planning that, and we were already provided with some documents for that. So that's staying on pace. We'll talk about the internal accounts at the September audit committee, and then we've started even on some post-audit reviews, which we do, and you'll see presented. And a post-audit review is after we perform the audit. We give some time for corrective action to take place, and we go back in and perform testing to make sure that what was done was actually implemented. So they might have came up with a process that was adequate and it sounds good, but we want to test to make sure that it's effective and it's actually working and in place. So we do those for any audits that we bring before you and get approved. You know, the timing of it, sometimes we like to wait until everything has been completed, but sometimes there's things that might take longer to implement, and we keep those open on a tracker, exception tracker that we provide the audit committee and give them updates on some of those that might take longer and reasons why some things weren't closed. So, and that's it.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
So before going around, I got some questions on that. So I guess help me understand why, so if Sherry Becker did the internal audit this past year.
Internal accounts.
Internal accounts, excuse me. Why do we turn around and do it again? If they, now are we going to pick those schools that we thought, or maybe when they came back, there were some issues? Are we going back to those schools to make sure they corrected those? Or we just pick another 10 random schools to go back to?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, a couple of them, you know, when we talked to the finance, was we have a new bookkeeper in there, having some difficulty with some of the things they're supposed to do. You know, they've called, you know, we've done training, so maybe it'd be good to go in there and take a look. So like if I go in there now and I look at a school with because that new bookkeeper took over January 1.
Right.
I go in there in September or October, I'm looking currently what's going on. Cherry Beckard's looking at June 30th.
The previous bookkeeper.
Prior. So we're in there a lot sooner than they would even see any of that work, and maybe we catch some things, or maybe talking with them, we correct things so that it's not waiting all the way until maybe Cherry Beckard comes in, happens to do a random sample over a course of 12 months of maybe 5 things, you know, 5 in their sample, and it's only looking at 4 or 5 different attributes, where we're kind of going in and we're looking at, you know, okay, where do you take the cash? Where does it go? Okay, who has keys to that? You know, where's the safe? Okay, who has combinations of the safe? When was the last time it was changed? You know, okay, well, that person that used to do this job no longer, they're still at the school. Well, they have the combination, so let's get the combination changed. So those are kind of the things when we go in, we talk with them and go through to kind of make sure, you know, they're aware, and that where things are placed and kept, things like that. It's kind of the process that we do. That's more, I think, in depth and on site than what Cherry Beckard and their intent is on that.
Well, and that makes sense. Like, if bookkeepers changed, you know, like you said, last year it's a different bookkeeper, right? So I just want to make, and again, this is the reason why I ask, is because it's about that bookkeeper's got their daily work to do.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they were audited last. So I just didn't. Now, if there was issues, hey, we're going to have to come back and make sure you fix those issues. I understand that. But, you know, if I was audited and by Cherry Beckard, and then everything checked out fine and nothing changed as far as employment, I don't want to sit back again and have that happen. So perfect. I figured we weren't doing that, but I just want to make sure. The other question I have is, last year, what did the Auditor General do for us? Like, what was their 3-year audit? Was last year, was it operations?
So last year, the auditor, for fiscal year 21-22, they did the financial audit, but the operational audit was a separate audit over that same fiscal year, and they had probably about 34 topics that were a part of that audit. Only findings got highlighted, but if you look at the back of the audit report, it actually mentioned every single area that was looked at, gave a population, that kind of a thing.
So, I mean, for me, if the Auditor General's coming in and looking at that, I just feel like the things that we should be looking at, again, are the problems, right? The ones that, like we had 3 things, right? One was something that wasn't on the internet.
One was a compliance with the background.
One was the checking, the background stuff.
And that was related to the Jessica.
And so we should absolutely have y'all come back in and make sure
We
we're
have that
correcting
on the
those.
audit plan.
Yeah, perfect. But I don't think we should, and I'm not saying you're doing this, it's just we shouldn't repeat everything, just what the findings were, go back and make sure we've corrected those, right? And I mean, if that's what we're doing, fantastic. So,
Yeah, we're gonna, for those, well, we have that on there, and then we have it within our PARs, but I think we even have in there like a quarterly, where is it at? I think we added even a line item for quarterly AG items as well, so. Yeah, periodic follow-up of AG
AG audit,
audits. So like the main one would be covered, and then there were one specific one that was requested that we look at quarterly, as far as the badging and all that, that we would perform that in addition to make sure that that's being done throughout the year. Because if we just look at it now, we don't know in March or April if it's still being correctly done. So that was the one that we want to look at periodically through the year.
and then we've dinged on that twice, and I don't want to.
Yeah, and that's the main reason
Right,
that was
correct.
added.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing we don't have in our stuff is the comprehensive plan assessment. Am I saying that right?
Comprehensive risk assessment.
Risk assessment. Thank you.
Which it actually is on the, if you go to the district's website, I was trying to get my,
I've seen it, but I don't have. Yeah. Okay.
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 And it is posted, if you, we go to the audit committee's website on the district, go really far down, past audit reports that have been issued and reviewed with the audit committee are posted there in the comprehensive risk assessment.
Gotcha.
is there.
So I look at that. So when I did look at it, and I'm sure this is how it's done, but I looked. So one of the questions I had with some of the scope of the work, the P cards. So when you look at that risk assessment, the lowest possible risk it could be, P cards is that, right? So I'm just gonna name. I think you said 1 through 5. 1 is the lowest. P cards is 1.
Yeah,
So
very
my
low.
question would be, if we believe it's a low risk, and maybe your answer is going to be we haven't done it in a while.
Yeah, we haven't done it in a while. We did the procurement, which excluded P cards, and then it has been something that's been, asked about at audit committee previous years, just not have had the time to add that. But, in general, too, P cards tend to have more risk associated with it, but that's something that we put on there again, if it's something that feels like doesn't need to be done, or we could rather have hours towards something else, then that's something that could always be adjusted or changed. Because you'll go and you'll look at those maps, and I mean, ideally, if you had a larger audit staff or more time, you could do a lot more audits. But you usually look at, when you do the 5-year risk assessment, you put it out, your high ones you want to do first, but typically those, you could do those every 3 years. But that, like payroll, like we did one, and then we could do one 2 years later, and then 2 years later, but you don't have enough hours to do all those audits. So that's one that, if it needs to be changed, it changed, but it just hasn't been looked at from an internal audit standpoint. The AG does, I know, look at stuff, but you kind of see we spend 300 hours on an audit. We're really diving deep and looking at, operational things. How can we improve controls? What are some stuff they could add value, or reporting, or do things more efficiently? When I worked with banking, you had the FDIC would come in, but we would still do stuff for internal audit. And part of the thought was too, is wouldn't you want us to identify it and look at something first before you had the FDIC come in, and then you correct it, things like that. And we might spend 4 weeks on something where, someone spends 2 hours. So it gives a more depth view, and, we're trying not to repeat the things that they already identified were issues, but, there could be some overlap that we look at, but it's a different purpose of the audit when you're doing it.
Okay.
So.
I have a question.
Yep.
May we go to slide 22, please?
Okay.
So this is the slide that talks about the specific internal audit approach by project.
Yep.
So as I was listening to you explain this slide, it sounds like the audit committee is involved in this process. Is that correct? Did I understand that?
From the point of having a liaison assigned to it, so when we tell the audit committee in the next, you know, we meet every 2 months, so the next projects we're gonna start are, you know, sales surtax, or, you know, we're doing a maintenance and facilities audit. You know, they'll say, okay, who wants to be the member liaison assigned to this? They would assign that person. And then we'd start doing our planning, we'd meet with management, and then we'd periodically update that liaison to say, okay, here's the point we're at. We went with management. You know, we're thinking of a scope of covering these areas, and, you know, we spend maybe half an hour on the phone kind of going over what we're doing. Then we do our testing, and if anything, you know, towards the end, we'll kind of give them updates on what's going on. But that's probably the extent of their involvement in it from an audit committee liaison standpoint. But it's us doing all the work and the scoping and all that. It's just to have, you know, someone in there. If you had an in-house internal auditor, it would probably be that person that we, you know, if we did the work for. It's just to have someone that is, you know, aside from us, that we could interact with and work with throughout the audit, that represents the audit committee.
And maybe Ms. Foreman could answer. So what does that audit committee, what are the responsibilities of that liaison on a particular audit project? What does that person do?
Well, I did it, I was a liaison one year when, Mr. Blitzko's the sales tax liaison almost always, but, he was unable one year, and I was the liaison, and, it was discussing the scope of the audit. What are they gonna look at? How much of it are they gonna look at? Because you don't go in and audit 100%. You know, you evaluate, you know, are we doing a random sample? Are you doing looking at just amounts over a certain dollar amount? You know, so there's that discussion. And then they kept me, we talked fairly often throughout the process. And then toward the end, when they had a draft, they sent it to me, and we talked about the draft, you know, and go, no, I think we need to disclose this more. We need to put, you know, we talked about the draft. There have been times, that was when I did that one, and then it went to the audit committee. There have been times where during that process, the liaison will say, I think we need to talk about this with the audit committee, that there is more to look at here, you know, and they're not making that judgment call specifically with CRI, but that conversation starts, you know, and because you got more intimate detail or information about it. So it's a very, it serves twofold. One is the communication process, but also it keeps a committee members, we've had up to, I think, 7 on the committee, intervening and going in and going, oh, no, I think we need, you know, it stops that, and it's just one person as a communicator with the community, with the committee, and it, I think it's a whole lot more efficient, so.
The reason I'm asking these questions, and this is not necessarily my world of expertise, but it seems to be an unusual business practice. I mean, when I think of volunteers in the school system, I think of people going into classrooms to read, or, I mean, that's what volunteers do. And I guess my concern here is that if one of these audits doesn't turn out right, or I guess doesn't turn out right, or there's a problem with it, or we go back and find that there were errors, or it wasn't conducted according to standards, it's almost like the audit committee member is the school system's representative, monitoring and involved with this process. And if there was some error that was made, or the audit wasn't done correctly, it would be hard to hold a volunteer responsible, or there's legal liability that goes along with it. It's just an odd situation. I don't understand why we're using volunteers for something that's very important, and if the audit turned out to be done incorrectly and then we had financial issues, it would actually be to some degree, there would be a volunteer involved who was intimately involved in the process of that. It's just an odd business practice, but go ahead, sir.
I'd like to explain some history that gives
Sure.
it some, why it ended up here. When we first started with the audit committee, we would bring them a draft report. And then they would ask questions. Did you think about this? Did you think about that? And because of Sunshine, they're extension of Sunshine, so as a group. So then they said, why don't we midstream, beginning, midstream, and end, have somebody in the flow, and then when we have our meetings every 2 months, give an update. And so that's what it was. It was to give an update and trying to also reduce the amount of time that they had to cover on everything to that detail. So, and they kind of divvied it up in areas they felt strongly in, like Susan Agruso might have felt strong in a certain area on software application.
So I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm not.
Right, but that's how we
I'm not
ended up.
debating the usefulness of the audit committee. I'm not debating what it is that they're doing. It's the, so again, I'm trying to equate this to something in my past experience. So as a military officer, let's say that we have a maintenance group on base, and they're required, they do maintenance of aircraft maintenance operations. And out in the community, there are 5 retired aircraft maintenance officers. It would be odd for the base commander, the wing commander who runs the base, to say, I'm going to start this group of 5 volunteer former maintenance officers who are very experienced, and they've been in, in maintenance of aircraft for years. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring them in as a volunteer group, and they're going to monitor and become involved in the safety operations of the maintenance group on the base. Well, what if something goes wrong? What if there's a safety problem? What if there's an aircraft accident? Well, these volunteers were involved in this, in setting up this safety process, and this safety process actually led to an aircraft accident. The analogy here then, well, these volunteers were involved in this audit process. This audit process wasn't done correctly. Because the audit process wasn't done correctly, we thought, our books are off by $5 million. Having volunteers involved in that kind of potential
Can I give a little
liability is
analogy
just
in
an
that
odd
situation?
An odd situation. Go ahead,
Imagine you're the
please.
commanding officer of that maintenance facility. You're responsible for it.
Right,
Anything that happens, anything that goes wrong is your responsibility.
right.
You can't be there to do it, everything. So you have another officer under you that's assigned to go be that interface to help them through that.
Right.
Now, yes, we're volunteers, but we're also experienced. My background is I was on the very first county audit in the state of Florida back in 1979. I've been auditing school boards, counties, cities ever since then. So I have the experience. The others in the committee have that experience. If we don't do it, you have to do it.
Well, that's true, and that's
And so everything we do, as I said to start off, is we do nothing but help you with recommendations. Now, at this series, we come into them with 3 points. Number one, is the scope adequate? Is there enough there? And we have turned around and changed that scope, expanded or even reduced that scope at the committee level based upon our experience. The next section is during the work that's being done, if they come up with anything, then they communicate with us. And I did the sales tax audit, so Mark and I talked several times as he was doing that. What he found, the difference in schools, what's happening in charter schools, everything else.
Sir, I'm
But
sorry.
I understand, but
I don't want to hear about, I'm sorry to
There's-
interrupt,
but there's-
excuse me for interrupting. I don't want to hear about what it is that you do.
I understand.
I don't,
I'm addressing that at the level.
I don't want to hear about that, sir, because it's a long discussion. I don't want to hear about that. The analogy that you made is, well, you have somebody that works for me. They're paid. They have a job description. They are legally liable as an employee of the organization. This is too important of a function. If something goes wrong, if one of these audits goes wrong, or it's not done appropriately, and somehow we're missing $10,000, $50,000, $500,000, $1 million, to then say, well, when we do the investigation and find out how it went wrong, it was really one of the audit committee members who's a volunteer whose suggestion or whatever caused this to go south. It's not a good business practice to have a volunteer organization intimately involved in very important high-level operations of an organization. It's just, it's just a bad business practice. If we have to pay $100,000 a year to have, and maybe pay you. I mean, I was sitting here thinking, well, why not pay them $500 a month and make them employees of the school district or something? It's a bad business practice. Volunteers are for things like reading books to kids in schools. I don't know, things like that. We don't use volunteers to do high-level business operations within a large organization. And I'll, maybe Dr. Weisslein will disagree with me. I don't, but I'd like to hear your opinion, sir, on what I'm talking. You can address that, Ms. Sellers, sure, if you'd like to.
So a lot of districts do have audit committees. Audit committees are usually made up of people who are CPA to offer their volunteer services, lots of times to help with the vetting of the RFPs that are to hire at the CPA firm, whether it's for internal or external type services. And usually what that committee does is, after they have vetted it, made that recommendations, when the RFP is created, it actually goes through the district's purchasing process. So bid is formally set out by the district underneath the district's processes, vetting, getting those CPA firms to weigh in on those bids. And there is a group that then scores those. People on the audit committee is part of that. It is also weighed in when it actually, the RFP does come. Most of the time, other people within the district besides just an audit committee assist with that. But then that information is brought to the board, like during these every other month or quarterly meetings, to give those results. That is the time to inform the district's board members of the choice of that CPA firm that they're going to choose to do that particular audit. So at that point in time, you have now professionals who are going to start to do those actual audits. Those are CPA firms doing those actual audits. But the committee would have, at first, when they were choosing which firm to go with, and then ultimately, like this audit plan that is a proposal, all of those items on that schedule are all items like Mr. Choate was mentioning, going through and deciding, do we want to be doing that one? Because it is the board's ultimate direction to the audit committee, what they would like to see as far as the scope that the auditor will do for them.
So I was listening very intently.
Yeah.
And what I think I heard you say is that you basically discussed that the audit committee makes recommendations on what firms to use for audits.
Well, no, the audit committee does not. An actual RFP, the audit committee, at the recommendation, along with the district employees, will put out an RFP. On it, there's qualifications that
Okay, if that was all they did, if it was just, hey, we're professional CPAs, and so we're going to help the district develop an RFP, which even then I think is, but if that's all they did, then I would be a little more, I'd be a little less concerned. But what I heard Mrs. Foreman say was they're intimately involved in the audits. They talk to the auditors. They say, hey, let's look at this a little bit more, or maybe we should do a little bit more of that. They're intimately involved in the audit process, and there's liability that goes along with that.
That the board has given the audit committee that direction to help with that, to take some of that extra look off. But the audit committee is doing what the board had asked them to. So the board had asked them to be working to vet that through, have volunteers help with that first. But in the end, all of the findings or what is to get looked at does come to the board for their decision-making process first.
And that's the point I'm bringing up. And if no one else is concerned about it, then okay, that's, But could I get Dr. Weissong to, what is your opinion on, if you followed what I said about using volunteers to be intimately involved in high-level business practices of the school district?
So to me, when I think about committees, right, that are kind of government agencies of volunteers, you think about like, county zoning boards or something like that, where you have elected officials appointing citizens then to do some lower function that then comes back to the board, for approval. I guess that's the comparison I think of.
Okay.
I do think you see, and specifically in school districts, what I've seen is you've got citizen committees that are weighing in on oversight, often around voter-approved, millages or surtaxes, right? Because that's viewed as that increasing the public accountability. So it may be that this discussion is about how microscopic do the members of the audit committee get versus how microscopic is the contracted firm getting, and where is that balance? And again, I think because of this district's unique history, and I'm the newcomer here, it may be that public oversight was really critical at the time, and I guess the question is now, given where the school district of Manatee County is at, does that structure and practice still make sense? Does it need to be modified in its scope, or is it really a question of kind of how it's laid out versus the practices, right, versus how it's actually being implemented? So that may be the conversation that the five of you need to have together, is what do you want that to look like?
Okay.
And it varies by liaison. And, in the end, it's CRI that selects the samples. We're the ones that do the testing. It's not, we don't give them a list and say, pick what you want. There's some audits that we have. We did the contract compliance audit, and the discussion was, let's make sure we're picking the right type of contracts that cover the things that we need to do. And there was discussion with the liaison on that, or here's the contracts and here's the background and here's the research we did. Here's the ones that we are recommending for us to test and look at these specific contracts. And then we discussed that with the liaison, and it was determined, here's the 3 we're gonna test. And then we did all the testing. We did the program, we produced all that, and then we discussed the results of the testing with that. And then there's been an occasion where there was an item that after discussion we felt maybe we shouldn't do an audit on, and that went to the audit committee, and they talked about an audit committee, and they decided that audit, we probably, based on what you presented, we don't need to pursue an audit on that. Let's use the hours somewhere else. So it helps prevent then getting, like as Foreman said, getting the audit committee meeting, and then we spend 2 hours on a report, and then having, did you do this, and then changing this, and then it goes back 2 months later, we do it again. Now we've already had a liaison, this is the process we work through, this is what we selected, this is what we tested. It's made it a lot easier to get through the reports because there's been an assigned member, but they're not microscopic getting in as detailed as being presented. It's more of, let's be on the same page going into this, so that when we get to the end product, that it's been discussed and we've kind of had that, because we've been to school boards where they've said, why did you select those? Why didn't you look at these other things? And it's like, well, it would have been nice to know at the front, so we said, let's have some more upfront discussions with the audit committee liaison so that we prevent getting to the end, because everyone in the end has their own little thing they want, or agenda, or something to look at. So you can't be pulled in all these different directions, but we have to do a good job of balancing, like, what's the purpose of this audit? What are we doing? Okay, yes, that might want to look at, but that's not what this purpose of this audit is. We're looking at this, it's more just bounce some ideas and some brainstorming to prevent, that back end things that we have to work through and take 4 months or 5 months to issue a report.
Can I dialogue with you just real quick about, I don't know if you're done or not.
Yeah.
But, are you saying, like, is your feeling, I get what you're saying about the liability, and I'd almost want Mr. Dye to maybe weigh in too, but is your feeling that we're not, as a board, like we should be getting the direct, I don't,
No,
I don't,
I
so I don't know how you, so my question would be, if you have if your concern is that maybe they're that middle, or are you, what's your suggestion, I guess, is my,
Yeah, my suggestion is that, kind of like what Dr. Wysong said, is that they should just, we have to really delineate what the line is of how much the audit committee members are going to get involved in these audits, because like I said, if they're intimately involved with them and making suggestions and talking back and forth with the auditors, and something goes wrong, and the audit turns out poorly, that's a problem. Or we could hire people and make them kind of employees and give them a job description, and then that would just make me feel more comfortable. I mean, the zoning commission is a good analogy to some degree, I guess, because they're volunteers, I assume, on the county zoning commission. But it just, if something goes wrong with one of these audits, and we're missing $10,000, $50,000, $1 million, $2 million, and then we go back and do an investigation. Well, how'd it go wrong? We find out that, well, the audit committee member really didn't know what he or she was talking about, and there was a dispute between CRI and the audit committee member, and the audit committee member felt really strongly, and so CRI kind of went with what the audit committee member said, but really that wasn't the way to do it. You see what I mean? It's just,
yeah.
It doesn't work like that.
but I
So I
don't,
guess, hold on one second. So I guess so you presented something. So I don't know this answer. I want to know what your thoughts are. If you, and kind of as he was talking and you were talking, this question came up. If CRI, if you come to the audit committee, you say, hey, we think XYZ should be looked at, whatever, right? I don't know. No, I'm talking about outside the scope. Maybe you're getting into something and there's something else, right? You have the unassigned for that reason. And then the audit committee says, no, I don't think we really need to look at that. Don't worry about it. And then you don't. Does it ever come back to the board to say, hey, we suggested this and they said no? And I'm doing that to cover everybody, right? So like, I don't know, what's the answer to that? It has never happened yet? And that may, right, so maybe a moot point.
Okay.
Because it's never happened that you guys suggest something, they said no, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Can-
Yeah, so maybe just a moot point that,
They ask us to drill down some more.
okay.
I think that's what you'll find. You can ask them themselves.
Gotcha.
But we'll be finding things, and they'll say, let's drill down a little bit more here, or let's expand. Instead of waiting 2 months till we get through with the report, they'll say, hey, let's go ahead and expand that branch.
But so
It's a deeper dive.
but we are giving them
direction.
a lot of, but they're giving you direction that we never gave them direction to give you, is theoretically where he's talking about the liability part of that, if I'm thinking of that correctly.
And it's fair for y'all to have this discussion about the liability. I think
Yes.
that is something that needs to be vetted with your attorneys.
And I don't disagree. If you want to pay them $500, like, yeah, now they're employees, and that could be something. Maybe you'll get more people involved. Miss Spray.
I'm just, to your point, the audit committee on our website says, in response to financial irregularities within the school district in 2012, the school board of Manatee County followed recommendations put forward by the Florida Association of District School Superintendents, known as FADS, I'm guessing that's the acronym, in April of 2013 to establish and recruit fully functional and independent audit committees and to outsource what was formerly a staff function, internal auditing. So we had staff, and to history, there was things going on with either the board or staff, and that's why we came up with the audit committee. Are we to the point where we still need that high-level function of a volunteer committee? Or are we at the point where we could, okay, let's just do our own staff. Let's have our own internal department. I don't know. I think that's where you're kind of going. But I wanted to read that to you. I'm sure you've probably looked at that, but everybody was appointed by the board, and I'm guessing back in 12 or 13, I don't know, Ms. Foreman, you served on it since its inception, I believe. I'm not real sure about that. When you,
Well, every board member is voted on by the board. The board votes and approves the charter, which is the guidance, which is the direction of the school board. And having this process, we have independence, okay? And the taxpayers can look at it and go, you don't have somebody who's on the payroll making these determinations and doing this oversight. You've got people who are qualified. They have qualifications that board members do not have, that are independent. They're not reportable to anybody except the board. And, it's
if I could,
it's important.
if I could finish, so it would be one of those things where I think Mr. Tatum is going, the hierarchy is where we're at. If you have the audit committee working with our paid audit, but there's no one inside other than, Ms. Sellers, of course. But if we had an internal person dedicated to work with the audit committee and be a paid district employee, I mean, there's still your oversight with the audit committee for the community, because I do think they have value. They're value added.
Well, they wouldn't be paid by
But-
the district, you'd be paid by us.
No,
They
no,
would be
right,
paid-
the one that we would have would be
Correct.
paid by us, but they would work directly with the audit committee and the liaison for the board. So to me, this is a conversation because this whole thing happened because of irregularities. And that was a very painful time for our district, those irregularities, where we were struggling. And there was some hard choices that had to be made. So, and then again, to Ms. Foreman's point, the school board approved the charter for the audit committee and recommended volunteers by submitting, I'm guessing, resumes like they do for the CFOC. So I think it is something worth looking into, of having someone on staff. That would be the go-to person if something failed, but it would also be in conjunction with CRI.
Mr. Dye, do you have any thoughts on the liability issue about, if something goes south in one of these audits and, we have essentially volunteers that are involved in the process, and we do find out that for whatever reason, a volunteer maybe made a bad recommendation or provided direction to the auditors that we wouldn't have wanted or out of his or her scope of duty. I don't know, I'm just curious about your thought on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, board members. So that's kind of a standalone aspect of your discussion, which is just liability for a volunteer. I don't have the charter, the audit committee charter with me. I don't think it says that the district indemnifies the volunteers.
Let's go, has it?
But anytime you volunteer, you want that protection. I don't think there's much chance of any liability in this case. When you're auditing, you're not held to have to catch every single thing because you sample. And so there may be things that aren't caught, So I don't think there's a high chance of liability, but I think it's worth looking at. It's a good point you brought up, is are audit committee members indemnified by the district?
Mr. Duff, you weren't the attorney at the time that the committee was formed, but we did, believe me, we are not, CPAs are risk averse. And yes, they looked into it and confirmed with our insurance, with our risk assessment person that, because otherwise, that we are covered, okay? Because otherwise you're not gonna get volunteers.
Right.
We're not gonna, yeah. you're not gonna have an audit committee if members are liable for anything.
Yeah, and the same is, if you get asked to be a volunteer, in any organization, nonprofit or whatever, you should always look into that, right? There is a statute, though, that also protects volunteers in the state of Florida from liability when you're a volunteer. So that's another level of protection. And then just one other kind of non-related item that may be helpful is what Ms. Spray was bringing up, is this committee came out of the financial problem, which was substantial. I guess it was 2012. I couldn't recall exactly when it was. So the whole point of the committee was to have outsiders because there was a lack of trust with the district. So the whole basis of this audit committee was to have volunteer citizens that would be overlooking district, financial operations. So that was. And so if you go back to, and Dr. Weissong brought up a great point, we're not there any longer. The district put in controls, and auditing is in great financial shape now. But back then, I think, just living here at the time, there was no sense that there was a crisis, and it was sudden. It was a sudden revelation, and it was serious. So everything was supposedly fine, and then it wasn't. So it was out of that crisis that this process was put together, and maybe it does need to be altered now because we're in much better shape, and the way things are done are much different than back then. So I thought Dr. Weissong brought up a great point about evaluating where Manatee County District is today compared to back then.
And I just want to make the point that, especially to the audit committee members, that I value what they're doing. This is more of a discussion of a business practice as opposed to, is it a necessary function? I mean, I think it's a necessary function. I'm just talking about this business practice because my experience tells me that having volunteers involved in high-level operations of this level is a non-standard business practice that I haven't observed in large organizations. But listening to the history and listening to Mr. Dye, maybe it is fine, but I just needed to have the discussion.
And I've never found they've ever overstepped what they're supposed to do. They're open to discussions or different viewpoints. And, like I said, if there is anything, we've had one before, we've gone back to the audit committee and said, hey, this was an audit and this is what was on the plan and this is what direction it's going. However, talking to management and doing some other research, we really don't think this is a good value of time. And then it was decided by the audit committee, we had open discussion and we ended up not pursuing that audit and we moved on to the next one. So
it's been a couple hours on this, and we've got other people.
You're the chair.
Yeah, I will get to that, but we've got other people that are on time certain for all the reports and things, and we got one later on. So, yeah, Mr. Bliscoe.
Yeah, with regard to whether the audit committee has.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphones? I'm sorry.
Whether the audit committee has responsibility, we certainly looked into this thing when we started out, and we were told at the time that volunteer committees have coverage so there's no problem there. But the other thing is in the audit committee charter, and let me read this. The audit committee charter is not responsible for any fiscal responsibilities of the school board, and the superintendent retains the responsibility for the district's financial condition and all decision-making matters of policy and operation. The audit committee is not responsible for the outcome of internal and external audits. Additionally, the audit committee is not responsible for any consequences associated with fraudulent activities that may be uncovered during internal and external audits or in the course of other work completed. So we made sure we put that in there in the mission statement that, you know, our responsibility is to advise and to coordinate and that sort of thing, but we don't do audits, and therefore we're not responsible for the audits.
Thank you for the update, sir.
Board members, I just, and again, I want to make sure, we've gone into a bigger scope here, and we can look into this. Do we want an internal person, all that kind of stuff for another time for sure, and we'd want feedback from audit committee and CRI, but from today's presentation, is there anything else? Any questions? I know Ms. Messer, you haven't said anything yet. Are you good? Okay. Ms. Foreman, you okay?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
And then we had those reports. I know we won't get to them, but we want to get them in front of the next board.
Yeah. So we've got Ms. Cox is going to email for the audit committee for their September meeting to start work on RFQ and perhaps an internal auditor discussion. I know that has been discussed multiple times today, and then the reports for the next.
Yeah, so,
And then we got you on the workshop in October.
all right, so these reports could go to the next board meeting to get approved, the 3 that are here, these drafts.
Oh no, we haven't even gotten to those yet.
Mr. Chair, they need to be on a workshop to go through the reports.
Yeah.
Because that's what they were going to, part of what they were gonna do today.
Today, correct? Yeah, I think we should do it
Okay.
the next workshop. I mean, or unless, again, we just have multiple people that are
Yeah,
time
that's fine.
sensitive, and this
You're not gonna
is-
wait till October, are you?
No, I said the next workshop in August.
Okay.
Then to come back. We just may have you back several times in workshops.
Okay.
So we're
The
gonna-
October workshop will be what the audit committee comes back for the RFQ and things like that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. So
Okay.
next August, we'll come back and do this.
No, next meeting in August.
Yeah.
Not next August.
Yeah, the
It'll be
next-
way late next
It
August.
is clear.
I-
No, it's like the 25th.
All right.
It's like August 25th.
All right. I'll just put it on calendar every workshop.
There
To
you
come back.
There you
yeah.
go.
We'll send you an invite.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
y'all.
Thanks
Thank y'all.
everyone for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna take a recess. We'll start at 11:25. All right, welcome back. After a quick break. So, where's my agenda here? Somewhere. Anyways,
Discussion
there we
on
go.
homeless youth.
There we go. Discussion of supporting our homeless students. And I know we've got several presenters, so Ms. King, you're going to go ahead and introduce.
All right, so I am here to introduce Lisette Fernandez, who is our coordinator slash all aspects of our Project Heart department. So Project Heart falls under federal programs and grants, and Lisette is the one that coordinates our teams and provides assistance to our schools in regards to our heroes at each of our locations. So Lisette is here to explain to you the McKinney-Vento Act, the role that schools have in regards to homeless children and youth, and how we satisfy those roles, and then our community partners that exist within the school district of Manatee County. Thank you.
Well, hello, and thank you for the opportunity you're giving me to be here. I admire all your energy and dedication after, sitting in the first half of the morning, all the hard decisions that you have to make, all the energy. So thank you for opening up this space for me to talk a little bit about what Project Heart is. First of all, Project Heart. What HEART stands for, because a lot of people ask me, why HEART? So HEART stands for Homeless Education Resource Team. So what we focus is on the academic stability and success of students that are going into housing transition. Under the McKinney-Vento, housing is defined a little bit different. Homeless is defined a little bit different than what we used to. When we hear the word homeless, usually we think about people on the streets that don't have a lot of resources or that are looking for those resources. Under the McKinney-Vento, we have students that lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. So that's the definition, the lack of fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. So many of those examples can be families that are sharing the housing of others due to financial difficulties, living in hotels, motels, cars, and shelters, emergency shelters, living in public or private places that are not designated for them to be living. And lately, it was added that even families that own their home, but the home is not adequate for them to live on. Like, for example, when the hurricane happened, we had a lot of families that had to live in half of the house because the other half, tree fell down. So these families will qualify for Project Heart as well. So we call them students in housing transition. We're trying to take the stigma of the word homeless out so more families can be identified. A lot of times when we refer to a family, oh, so you are homeless, they're like, no, I'm not homeless. I do have a roof. But in fact, they are homeless under the McKinney-Vento definition, and we want to be able for them to self-identify or the school to identify them. So my purpose in the school district is to create that awareness and provide the knowledge to all of the departments, food services, transportation, the new teachers, the registered. Every department gets informed about who we are every year. That way they can be our voice out there. They can be our eyes out there and let us know about these students. We also have it on our registration form where the families can actually, just mark it. But because of the lack of contact sometimes that the families have with the school, sometimes they're not able to understand that form. So we are seeing a little bit of decrease in the number, not because the students are not there, it's because they haven't been self-identified. But we keep pushing and working with the community through all the homeless prevention agencies in order for us to identify the families even before they go into the school district so that they're ready. Because our support focuses first on enrollment, making sure that they have everything available for them to enroll. So that means if a family, because they're homeless, they don't have a way to prove residency, they cannot take a bill, they cannot take something to the school to show this is where I live. So our staff, my team, we do an intake assessment, we code them, and then we provide a letter to the school stating this family is homeless, please use this address for enrollment. We also provide them with school supplies, uniforms, everything that they need in order for them to be stable at school. One of the main things that we also do is provide them with school stability. So if a family becomes homeless at Manatee Elementary and they move to Bayshore Elementary area, we want to offer them the option of staying at the school of origin, which is the school where they became homeless. So throughout the year, we work with transportation department in order to provide transportation to that child, in order for them to continue to go to that school, at least for the remainder of the school year, so their education doesn't get interrupted. We also provide waivers, temporary waivers for families that have issues getting their birth certificate because they might have moved from another city and they're here recently, especially after our winter break. We get a lot of families from the north coming here, and sometimes they don't have the access to these birth certificates or having trouble getting their immunization because they don't have the funds to get in. So we do provide them with a 30 school day waiver for them to start school, and then we help the families get that information in those 30 school days. And we are also supporting our students with academic supports through tutoring. And we also recently added a staff in our team, which is our counselor, which works with an unaccompanied homeless youth, which are our youth that are homeless due to running away from home, being thrown out of their houses, and they don't have a specific guardian. So these students are able to enroll themselves in school under the McKinney-Vento, and they're able to sign for their own medical and dental and anything mental health. So we have created some badges where we identify these students and they carry them in the back of their school ID, where they can actually present this to a mental health counselor. They can go to the doctor, and if they're 16 or older, they can actually get and sign for their own treatment. What I do, especially with those agencies, is that they call me because my name is in the back, just to verify that the student indeed is an unaccompanied homeless youth. This year, last school year, 23-24 school year, 22-23 school year, we identified 1,300 students. We have around 53,000 students in the school district, so that's roughly 2.5% of the school population, which 80% were double up. 10% were living in hotels, motels, and the other 10% was between shelters and outside buildings. So I know this number might seem small if we look at the whole population, but each student at each school makes an impact on the school itself. And we want to make sure that we provide them with that support. And I know that even though that's the official number, that's not the real number. So one of my favorite books is The Little Prince, and one of my favorite quotes is, what you see with your eyes is not essential, but what you see with your heart. So one of my main focus this year is to create that rapport through the heroes at each school. Heroes are the homeless education resource officers, because we have our representatives at each school that can actually start making that rapport with our families. That way we can identify more of them and be able to help them the best we can. So thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Any more questions? Yeah.
I just have one. You said
Yes.
something about they carry a specific ID for, and if they're 16 or older, they can sign for their own medical health. What, can you expand on that a little bit?
So it's actually their school ID.
Okay.
So their school ID, and in the back is a certification badge that we have created so the students can actually carry it on the back of their IDs, and they can actually present this as support that they have been identified as unaccompanied homeless youth because they have the right under the McKinney-Vento to sign for their own treatment, medical and mental health.
And just to clarify,
Right,
I
that-
think Lisette didn't add, that became statute by
Yes.
federal law last year. So last July 1, every single district had to have a badge that identified their unaccompanied youth. So Lisette worked with the IT team, worked with our contacts of McKinney-Vento across the state to develop a small, where you can see it, but you don't have to broadcast it, because it does, it does feel different, but it is by federal statute that we have to.
Okay, okay. I was just curious at that level, they have the authority to do that. So I know some of the stuff that you do for the community, and I just want to say thank you for coming and sharing some of the key roles that you do for our district, because there's a need out there that a lot of people just don't realize. You can say you're homeless, and the visual effect is different than the reality of it. So doing what you do. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate all that you do for us.
I have a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, as my mind was coming back from the break, so you work for Project Heart, or you're an employee of the
I'm the
district?
homeless liaison, so yes, I'm the coordinator for Project Heart.
Okay, but you have a school badge too?
Yes, it's through the school district. It's a federal program.
Okay, so, but you work for Project Heart, you're not one of our employees?
Project Heart is the name of the program, and I am employee with the school district
Oh,
on
you
the
are
federal
employees.
programs.
Okay, so Project Heart is the name of a...
Project Heart is a department within your school district.
Okay, see, I'm
Yes.
learning. Okay, great. And she's the one who's running that?
She
Okay.
does, and she
Okay,
reports to
great.
me.
Okay. And then one of the suggestions that came up in a discussion that I had about this issue recently is that sometimes when these children are located within our community, that there's not, the notification that we get in the school system doesn't happen in a timely manner. Would you concur with that? Do you have any recommendations on how to make that better, or?
I believe communication through the schools, maybe a streamlined communication with the schools, because the first line of contact is the register. So we do have some registrars that are very aware of the program and they immediately let us know. Others don't, so it's like some lack of communication between some schools and our program. So we're trying our best to better off that communication, because they're the ones that let us know based on what the parent fills out. But as I said, sometimes the parents don't understand, because everything is online now, it's become a little bit more difficult for our families, especially our immigrant families, to understand how that works. They don't want to click on that because they feel intimidated by the question itself. So we're utilizing the community, we're utilizing all the agencies, so they let us know too. So it's different ways that we are let know, but the registrars are our first line of identification.
The registrars.
The registrars.
At the schools.
At the schools.
Okay. And then the issue came up of, for instance, if, when these children are actually located, like by a sheriff deputy or something like that, and then having a timely notification of people in the school system. So for instance, we're responsible for transporting them. If they've been moved to a hotel that's 5 miles farther south, we still have to go down there now and get them. Are you happy with that situation, or is there something?
Well, we do have a gap in transportation, and the issue falls from the lack of transportation services we have in the school district itself, so we don't have enough routes. So when we have to reroute a bus, it takes sometimes even weeks. So we have these families hanging. We are trying to find through the community assistance, because we as a school district are not able to support more than through our school transportation, because we don't have alternatives. So maybe finding a way where we can support our families with alternative transportation to close that gap, where our families, sometimes the kids are not even going to school during those days because the families don't have a way to take the kids to school.
And that is happening, what you just said?
Yes, it's been happening.
So
Yes.
there are children that are not going to school because they don't have transportation to get there, and we are legally required to provide them that transportation.
Yes, and we do utilize MCAT bus passes. We have the transportation department, and then that's the support that we offer our families. We do offer them the bus passes so they can go, but some of the little ones that are not able to go to the bus themselves might require a parent, but the parent is not available because they work early. So there is a lot of factors that can play into that resource not being utilized as a resource.
Dr. Weissong, Mr. Rinaldi, I'm sure we're working on this, but when I hear that, there are children out there not going to school, but we're responsible to get them there, but we can't get them there and they're waiting for weeks. Obviously, that piques my interest a little bit. Would somebody like to make a comment on that?
That population, even with what we have in place at the transportation department, working with the coordinator that was placed there to oversee and support the transportation director with our homeless youth. So the main thing is, when those routes are coming in, the transportation department is doing their best ability to coordinate and provide. So we don't have a specific large number, but it does happen if you have a family coming into the community and that has not been here. So it's like she said before, communication and collaboration, but they're doing their due diligence to make sure routes are created for those students. On top of what Lisette's team provides, not only just with the MCAT passes, sometimes we utilize gas cards that are donated by our community members. So as a district, we cannot purchase gift cards because it gets into that procurement process and policies. So our community agencies donates gift cards. If that is a problem and it has been articulated to the team, that team makes sure that that family has a gift card, a gas card to utilize. So I'm not gonna say you have, out of the 1,300 students, 300 of them needing transportation. We're not gonna say that.
Okay. Mr. Rinaldi, you
And transportation has been working. Obviously, it's a matter that the parents self-report, and then we find out through the schools. And if we have established bus routes, then we have to modify stop times for all of the other students as well. So that's why there is a little bit of a lag in notifying those existing students on the bus that times are changing and all that. So that kind of lends a little bit to the delay, but usually transportation is working real closely with Project Heart to get it done as quickly as we possibly can.
Mr. Rinaldi, did you mention to me in a conversation that there is a list that the county keeps of children that are in this type of situation, but that sometimes there's a delay, like I said, if a sheriff deputy finds a child living in a homeless camp and then they put them, quote unquote, on the list, and then we don't get the information in a timely manner? Is there a way we could improve that, or?
Yeah, I was gonna have Mr. D'Amico reach out, because
Christina's going to touch base on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later in the next presentation.
And then, I mean, the other thing was, if there was an eviction happening where there was a school-aged child there, then we would like immediate notification so that we know that when that child comes to school, that there's specific issues that they're wrestling with as well. So we're going to reach out and try to do the coordination, and that kind of gets a little away from the self-reporting, because those parents have so much going on at that time. Then we can reach out to them rather than them reach out to us.
And you do have some systems in place that helps with that. I think what Mr. Rinaldi's group is doing is creating more of that communication on the outside entities, because when they communicate, like as a building leader, when I was a principal, I would get that nice little email from the outside agency, and then my registrar would have to go and put a certain, what is it called? Code onto that student. So then you meet with your team to inform them if the child was taken in the middle of the night or something else. So it's just when you have new people or personnel coming in, it's just communication consistently of established practices.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Is it,
So my question is for the teachers, communication to the teachers. So obviously elementary school, you know, a kid's gonna be the teacher all day. Obviously when you get to middle school and high school, they're changing. So do teachers and their focus, do they get, typically I remember that's how it was, like you get like a little indication by a name or something that if you looked at, if someone were to see it, you wouldn't maybe not even know.
You see the house, and then that lets
Okay.
you know that you have a homeless.
It's like a little red house, right?
Youth in your class.
Purple and it's white, and then when you put your cursor on it, it says in transition. 'Cause we-
Gotcha. Okay, so that the teachers know, okay.
Yeah, every student has a code. Once we code them, then they specifically will have that next to their name.
Ms. Bray?
My question was, even to Mr. Rinaldi, students that, they're homeless, I mean, you can't get around that. They move from one place to another, maybe this family's house and that family's house. How often do you have to transfer a student from one school to another because of that situation? Or
Because of the school of origin, the student is protected, so they can stay at the school where they became homeless for the remainder of the school year. So our issue is not actually transferring the students, but transporting the student to the original school. Like for example, Bayshore High School, and the student keeps going around the whole county. We're trying to get transportation for that student to go to Bayshore High School every day. So by that, they're protected, so
give
we
them a
don't.
little stability with that,
Yes.
is what you're trying, okay.
Yes.
I gotcha. All right, okay.
I think I remember reading at one point that, I believe down in Sarasota, they have contracted with a company that's basically an Uber for this kind of thing. Have we looked into that?
Sarasota hasn't. I keep close contact with Sarasota,
Okay.
but they haven't due to the liability. What they have been doing is providing Uber passes to the families. But because they are an outside agency with the district, it's a little bit different because the district contracted them. They're not inside the district providing the McKinney-Vento.
So our last attorney and risk management, we sent information to them in regards to utilizing Uber or Lyft for our homeless students. But it does create a liability on your board in your school district. So, and Lizette worked with the Sarasota County to get a little bit more information. But I mean, that comes from risk management, that comes from your legal team to really understand, you know, you're giving an Uber card to a family. If there is an accident in that Uber, who provided the monies for that person to take the Uber? So who gets sued? So you would think it would be the Uber driver, but guess what? You gave that gift card to that family because they needed it. However, due to our state and how things can be, you can be sued as an it. So that's why we have great ideas, but we have to make sure those great ideas do not jeopardize the school district of Manatee County. So we do not give Uber cards or Lyft cards to our families just because of that, for liability issues. Just to protect ourselves for right now.
Okay, now to transport a student, we no longer have to have a bus, right? It can be a van. Okay.
It's in my life.
The van has to be driven, so that goes back into transportation. We met with the transportation department. Jamie has looked at Pasco County utilizes vans. Yeah. With those vans, you have to have trained personnel. With the trained personnel, it has to be 2 drivers in it. And then you have to be able, and so what he has currently, because of the amount of routes that we're taking back and the amount of drivers that he does have, that person would have to be free outside of that time frame of when he has the drivers for all the routes. So he could utilize the vans, yes ma'am. However, they may be getting to school maybe a little bit later because of having the right personnel trained to drive the van. It's like we create fixes, but I think the thing like you guys talked about with your internal auditor, you have to have the right people to do it. It's not the matter of cost to a certain degree because federal grants that are entitlement grants, your Title IX grant can support that. It is having the right personnel and having the people to support.
Because to Mrs. Foreman's point, if we would have had it like when you say the McKinney-Vento covers transportation, right? So it's not the money that's the issue; it's the people. Like we don't, and I think to Ms. Foreman's point, a van to do that would be great, and I'm sure Jamie would work on that and do that. But even the other day when we were waving, what was that, yesterday actually? It seems like it was longer than that. So yesterday morning, we talked about the out east and they went to Mayaca City and that interest in people wanting, we would pay for your schooling, etc. And there's 15 people show up, and then the next meeting it's only 2. And then by the time it's like, hey, let's do this, nobody shows up again, right? And so this just continues. So the problem is not financially, we can fund it through this. It's getting someone to do it. And unfortunately, we have to have someone certified and go through the training and all that. So, it'd be different if you went to a church and said, hey, the guy who's retired, not doing anything, he'd love to probably come help, but he's got to go through all this stuff. And are people willing to do that? And that's where that's where we've got to get.
And in years past, the McKinney-Vento paid for, was it like a rideshare company that supported, but they lost their driver. So it's supply, demand.
Yeah.
And also working with the schools because yes, some students might get there late, and we did have, every school has treated each of our cases differently, but we had an actual parent that will drive the student all the way from Pinellas County here because this was the school of origin. And it will arrive half hour later, but the school was so accommodating. They will have the breakfast ready for the student. Like, we want you here, so they accommodated the student, and the student was able to finish up the school year in a good way. So it's also that communication, because every case will be different.
Yeah.
Every case will be different.
Any other questions for this part? No?
That's on my legislative ask.
So
For more
thank you very
money.
much. I mean, what you do is
Yeah.
amazing, and
Yep.
and it's going to tie in really, really well with when Christina comes up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just have to thank all of you, the board chair, the superintendent, the board members, and administrative staff, and staff for what you do. Sitting in the first half of the meeting, you really are thorough and intentional about the schools and the students in the schools and serving them. So thank you for that. My name is Christina Gherkin, and I'm CEO of Align Consulting. I am a resident of Manatee County, and our family lives here. And we're active in the community as a family. But besides that, 25 years ago, I was a teacher. So boots on the ground, able to see just even the effects of students that come in from different environments outside of the school and how that affects the students and their learning. And in part, you know, that is connected to the Maslow hierarchy of needs. If you don't have your basic needs met, safe, fed, good night's sleep, it's hard to learn. And that's for adults, but it's also for children. And so I really appreciate you taking the time and this opportunity for me to talk to you today about Hope Pathways Initiative, which is a corporate initiative within Align Consulting, so the philanthropic arm where community members come together with coordination and collaboration to provide those that need help within the poverty cycle. So today I want to just talk to you about Hope Pathways of Manatee County and just kind of go through the background. I did include some definitions. You'll see in the PowerPoint the formats were adjusted a little bit. And then also I added some visual slides to the content, to the full content that's being covered today for your ease. Just wanted to talk about working households in our community with Hope Pathways Initiative, what we've been able to see at a high level for the county, the current data for transitionally homeless, and then just about Hope Pathways Initiative and how it works and how we can help support the amazing work that you already do for your students that are in transition. So just wanted to start with just the history of Hope Pathways. In 2021, there were key leaders in the community that came together to discuss and look at helping those in the poverty cycle and those that are homeless in our community. And from that, in 2022, came the Hope Pathways model. And the Hope Pathways model is implemented in Manatee County first. And so we've done that for a year. We brought 12 charter organizations together. There are amazing organizations in our county that provide services to those in the poverty cycle and those that are homeless. And so we started small with 12 organizations to just see how did it work to collaborate and to coordinate, to be that coordination helm to bring that collaboration together. And then how we could analytically provide a better scope of those that are homeless in our county as a result. And so in 2023, we're able to have some pretty good data and some oversight with that and begin to work with cross-sector collaboration. And what I mean by that is law enforcement coming to the table, the judicial system, government, schools. Lisette has been amazing with Project Heart because we want to all come together with the nonprofit organizations to help those that are in homeless situations. And so with that, our mission is the collective effort of community organizations and individuals in Manatee County to use calculated compassion as a process of lifting men, women, and families out of the poverty cycle. And calculated compassion is really just giving a hand up, not a handout. You can do both, and you can do them well. Some individuals or families will just take the handout, but being able to have that provision of that hand up. And so with this, our initiative has 3 pillars: the collaboration, so the cross-sector partnership that we provide, the coordination, the organizational process of that coordination, and then just the streamlined data analysis that we used. And so with that, it helps provide better care efficiently, effectively, and at a faster rate for those families and children that are in need. And so if you go to just the definitions, as I talk about things, and if you have questions, transitionally homeless, the easy version of that for the definition is just those that become homeless and who have been homeless for less than a year. So it could just be, a month ago. It could be rent went up, and now they're homeless. They're looking for a home, so right now they're living in a campground, those types of things. Chronically homeless, according to HUD, is if you're homeless for more than 1 year, or you have a pattern of homelessness for over a 3-year period. So that's kind of the definition of those chronically homeless. And you see a lot of chronically homeless out and about, but you really don't as well. So it's just important to highlight that the homeless that we do know that are out there are typically people we wouldn't necessarily think would be homeless or struggling with finding a home. And so with this, when I talk about the ALICE study and the ALICE numbers, that's just assisted limited income constrained employed. That's a mouthful, but essentially what it is it's taking households that earn more than the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 right now is $30,000, but less than the basic cost of living for the county. And affordable housing, you hear a lot about affordable housing. We know that that is a need in our county on several fronts. But defining affordable housing, it takes the annual median income, which is given by HUD for our region. And if to be affordable housing, you just charge, like the rent would be charged or would be charged 80% of that median income. So that's still high. You'll see that in the numbers as you go through. For very low income, for affordable housing, true affordable housing is 50% or less of that annual median income. And I just wanted to highlight those definitions and then circle back to what Lisette had highlighted with the McKinney-Vento Act too, because the students that are in transition or homeless within the education system, the McKinney-Vento funds for those homeless students are just used for and can just be used for the transportation, providing their educational and tutoring academic supports and basic school supplies and the various parts of that make their educational experience better. So with that, just wanted to highlight the average median income. So in our county, it's $90,000 for a family of 4. So if you think about that, affordable housing at 80% of 90,000, that's still a lot more than a lot of families make. And you can see that in the ALICE study numbers. In 2021, that's the most recent data that they have, there are 66,000 households in Manatee County that are at the threshold of one paycheck away from becoming homeless. And so if you break that down, that's 41% of households in Manatee County. That was before Hurricane Ian and before inflation. And so back to 2021, so 48% of that 41% are in Bradenton, 51% are in Palmetto. Just to kind of give you an oversight scope of what those numbers are. It'll make sense when I bring it all together. So the national average cost increase per household of basic needs is actually $9,600 as of yesterday. It was $9,100 earlier in the year, but the latest number is $9,600. So that's for an average household, your basic needs of electric, food, gas, those types of things. There is that increase that we've had. And our region is one of the highest in the country for rent. There's no cap on that. So in June of 2023, the average one-bedroom apartment cost $1,900. And so if you think about that, you go back and look at, all right, you have the average median income, and then you have those that are working, and you look at the increase of costs for basic needs, and you look at the rent increase in our region. We live in an amazing area, right? We have amazing beaches and an amazing community, really, of people. But what's happening is those that are working, even in our schools, first responders, they're struggling, because of the increase of basic needs, the increase of rent. And when providing this, we from Hope Pathways Initiative hear a lot of stories from the organizations that are a part of this and law enforcement that are boots on the ground, first responders, about the landlord raised the rent and they just kind of, right? Illness, a parent gets sick, a child gets sick, differences in, a circumstance happen, a death happens in the family. And with 41% of our families within that threshold of one paycheck away from poverty, being homeless, that's going to affect their budget. That's going to affect their ability to pay. And all it takes is one time. So they may be great at finances. They may be great at budgeting with what they have, but a circumstance happens, and as they're building up to where they want to be, that puts them right back or puts them in a place they've never been before. And so where do you go from there? How do you get services? How does the student navigate, not being able to, go home to their house anymore, but go home to a tent or go home to a motel or a shelter? And so educating the school board on this and the school district is important, just to let you know the numbers, so that as you continue to do the amazing work you do through Project Heart and through educating your staff, just knowing what the families are going through and how to connect them, and the coordinated collaboration we have seen and the effectiveness of that with Hope Pathways, we want to be able to support the work you do and help with that communication and that coordination externally, not internally. So here's some data. I just kind of want to give you an oversight. The point of time study is done once a year, and that's the federal study for how many chronically homeless are in our county. So that was at 594 in 2022. Manatee Sheriff's Office, they have currently documented 1,040 chronically homeless. Felt, Feeding Empty Little Tummies, they do an amazing job of providing backpacks and food for those who are food insecure. Some are homeless, Some are not. They're just food insecure. But in May, they served 1,545 students on a weekend, their last week. So they do amazing work. They're boots on the ground. Turning Points does an amazing job as well for helping with birth certificates and getting paperwork and things like that. And they, in 1 year, saw an increase of 55% in just help requests for utilities, food, rent, those types of things. The judicial system anecdotally estimates that 50% of their reunification cases cannot be closed due to lack of sufficient housing. So the parent has went through all the process that they need to. The child is ready to get back to being reunified and they can't because there isn't affordable housing. They're working, they're doing their due diligence. And then there's Mothers Helping Mothers. So they're an organization that we also partner with, and they see a lot of moms with children in Manatee County. So over half of they serve Manatee and Sarasota County, but over half of those they serve are Manatee County. And so these are the numbers that they got, just to give you an idea currently of how many people rent versus own. So you can see 1,081 rent and 119 own. And so those families that are coming for help and asking for, clothing and the different things that they need are typically from homes that are rented because of circumstances. 8 lived in hotels, 19 are currently homeless. 3 families are in shelters that go to Mothers Helping Mothers. 309 are staying with friends. So one of the things that Lisette highlighted was, of the 1,300 students that the school knows of and helps, 80% of those are from shared housing. So that's still considered transitionally homeless because, the circumstances, you're sharing a whole house with 2 different families or more. And then other is 157. So just talking with the director this week, she said there's a 41% increase in requests in the last 4 months for rental assistance, housing resources, transportation, and food assistance. And so how does that tie into what we do with Hope Pathways? It's about connecting. We can pull these numbers because of what we use in the coordinated process that we have. So the Hope Pathways model is just a unique combination of the collaboration and coordination to provide that care with a specialized software, which is Unite Us. And so what's great with Unite Us is it can be used cross-sector. So healthcare can use it because it's compliant. Child welfare can use it. Schools can use it. Government can use it. Law enforcement can use it to just help connect their individuals to social services or get them connected faster. And so if you look at this, Hope Pathways is just the organized coordinator of that. And so when an individual in one of those entities that we're coordinating with works with Unite Us, they just enter that family or that individual's name into Unite Us, and then from there, they're connected to services that they need, that are outside the scope of what that organization or that entity provides. So it's a very efficient way to do that. And, I broke it down even more to show that when an individual's entered, an individual or family may have different needs. One may need a new job. One may need medical assistance, food assistance, childcare, housing resource, affordable housing. And so what we have seen with this coordinated collaboration is the efficiency that the individual is connected to those services. So typically when you're working with even like, a social worker, for example, in a school district, if they have needs the student has needs and learns that the family has needs, how do we connect them, right, to those needs? Well, you give them a phone number to an organization you know of, and then hope that they get that connection made. With this, we've found that the connection is made within a day. So it's been brought down over this past year to a day referral, which is amazing. And then that organization that made the referral can go back and see 2 or 3 days later, a week later, 3 weeks later, did they get the help they needed? Were they being connected? And you can help them in multiple ways and connect them in multiple ways with resources. And so it's been really amazing to see that and to see that reduction of time, and all the organizations and entities that are a part of it have seen a reduction of time that the staff has to use to connect those resources to. So if you think about it, you have a family that's in crisis, something happened, and they have immediate needs. It's usually more than one. A teacher learns of one, and so you connect that family, and you're able to connect them to multiple entities and support systems that your entity doesn't service. And then that in turn helps the entire family and the student with learning. And so this is just, typically just within our partnerships, 71% of those cases or those referrals were between the ages of 18 and 44. So that shows you, again, that transitional housing number from Mothers Helping Mothers shows that it's typically it's families. And typically it's families that, they help them with their transportation so they can go to their job. And at the same time, that may be the only place that they're living in as well, is that car or that campground. And so today it's really just about giving you that background and that oversight. That's a lot, right? But I want to say that our community and the organizations in our community, cross-sector, are doing an amazing job of getting those in our community that need that help. And what we've seen with the collaboration and that coordination is more unity, more ways to make sure that that family or individual is taken care of. It's not just, here's a number, call this number. It's actual, and we can see those referrals are closed out. Or why weren't they closed out? Is it because of duplication of service, or is it because they're already in the system, and they're already getting help? Well, that's another way that we can do that too. But with that, it's just about in our conversations and just because we meet once a month and just meet with the executives of all the different entities that are involved, cross-sector partnerships, and just look at how we can help provide the school district and help them identify students that are maybe in that situation of transitional homeless. And so that was one of the things that came up in our meetings, and just how we can help that process for you guys. And one of those, I don't know if you're familiar with Handled with Care. In that process, that's an amazing process that was set up to be able to help the school, the teachers, be able to identify externally when students have a transition in their life significantly. And so using that same concept and that same model, because we don't want to duplicate services, just having, if law enforcement comes across or an organization comes across a family that is transitionally homeless in some capacity, being able to let the school know in a streamlined way, consistently in the same process every time, how to identify that student. so that they can get the immediate help that they need with Project Heart and with those heroes at their schools. And so that's one thing that, is our ask to you is how can we help support you in that process and what we can do. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. I know that, so one of the reasons why I know I wanted you to come in and I talked with Mr. Chapman, and we met several times and actually met on something other than this originally, but, and we talked about it last couple weeks ago, I guess, when we all got together with the government, council of governments, and Mr. Tatum asked about this earlier, is how do we make sure the communication piece is happening between the different agencies, not only just in your own agency,
Right.
and that's something we worry about, with Project Heart helps with communication and stuff, but the Unite Us. Can you explain a little more about that program, Unite Us? How does it actually work?
Sure.
As far as and I think that's going to answer Mr. Tatum's question about the communication when a sheriff, picks up a family or if that family goes into a shelter, etc.
Sure, absolutely. And I'll just kind of pull this up to give you a visual as well. So with this, the individual is entered into Unite Us, and then from there, that individual can be referred to an entity or a place that they need. For example, so if law enforcement comes across an individual, and that individual needs social services, they input that person into the database, which that individual has to give consent. And then from there, it's very secure compliant. So because Unite Us works nationally and they work with government, law enforcement, child welfare, those systems like that, and mental health and healthcare, there's security compliances that have to be in place, that are put in place. And so with that, when a referral is made, so let's say an individual needs medical, so that referral is made to a local medical facility. That medical facility picks up that referral, they accept that referral, and then from there they take care of reaching out to that individual and making sure that that individual gets the medical resource that they need. And then and so it's and then the person that did the referring, the organization that did the referring, can go back and see that that person got that referral. Well, what happens if that referral isn't picked up, right? We've all left a phone message and haven't heard back for a week, just because life happens, right? Well, Unite Us has a gatekeeper with that, where it's after the second day, they go back to that organization that made the referral and say, hey, this hasn't been picked up. Can you refer them to someone else? Or can you need to make sure that their need is taken care of. So.
Is that so specifically for us in the district, is that referral process happening more often than not? Like, so if I'm a sheriff, or even if I'm the intaker at a shelter, mother and two boys come in, and they're obviously school age, they come in. If they're not telling me where they go to school, etc., but we're going to put them in that system, how does it get back to us that those two boys were staying in a shelter last night and homeless? Does that happen through the Unite Us and it dings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and through Project Heart in that specific case.
Right.
But right now we're training our counselors and social workers and gets to be on Unite Us, so that instead of spending their time following up on emails and phone calls all day to get a community or a state or local service to that family, they can just make that referral through Unite Us, right? And as Christina mentioned, we know within 2 days, within 48 hours, that referral is going to be met. Instead of, looking back at emails or phone calls, chasing down voicemails with the food bank or Women's Resource Center or whatever it is, that referral is automatically made. And then on the backside, we can see the data. Right now, everybody has the data, so we can see how many families were referred to the food bank or to job training. And then those, on the other end, the food bank then has the data, right? We then see that data. So it's helping the whole system see the data. Because then a foundation or a benefactor can then see, wow, the Manatee Food Bank really, helped 10,000 people this month. I'm going to make my donation there because I can see that data. So it's really taking, and Christina's been the leader of this in Manatee County is connecting all the dots, right? The city, the county, even the state, and now the school district, the sheriff, all the police departments, all talking. And making sure that family is getting the assistance and then knowing about it so that we're all not going all like this and just helping out one family so we can keep helping people. And to your point, then the teacher in the classroom then sees it, right? And then says, okay, I understand Kevin tomorrow is going to come in and he just, the family just lost their home, or there was a trauma or a crisis in that home last night because a sheriff would have put in the database a handle with care or something in there. Now we can better handle that student, and now that teacher can now, or counselor, social worker can now take over and do their job, right, to make sure that that child's ready to learn, and we're processing, and so that we're doing all those next steps so we can keep that child in the classroom, right, and to keep learning.
The system is great, obviously, but it's got to be used.
Yeah, right.
And so my question would be for us here, obviously we're using it, we're a part of it, we're trying. Is there any way that, and you don't have to do this now, you could do this if you don't want to expose, like put it out there, but is there a way, because we all know other people in other agencies, et cetera, is there, are there other agencies that are not using this that would be most beneficial to these families if they were using it, right? And so it may be from us, and I know some don't agree with this as politicians and political figures. I'm waiting for the look. But we know other political figures, etc., in other agencies, and so that's my question. Is there anything we can do to help? Like one of the slides has your partners, right? Like, is there anything that we can do to say this agency may not be on it, but it'd be perfect to be on it, and it would help our students this much more? And I'm okay if you don't want to answer that and say, yes, XYZ is not talking to it. Doesn't want to. I'm not saying you expose anybody, but I would want to know. So if you could tell us, or tell Mr. Chapman can tell us. I don't, or if you want to expose anybody, I don't care either.
No, the city of Bradenton and Manatee County are both in talks about getting on Unite Us. There are foundations out there that will help fund it for them. So it's just a matter of this, making sure their Kevin or their Lizette or their Latrina is getting to their, commissioners or whatever to say this is really the magic sauce that's going to make this all work. So it's just getting through those bureaucracies, really. But it's on their desks. It's all the different departments. If you look at the Children's Service Advisory Board, Manatee County, they're excited about it. So you can see where it's all going to work, and we're going to get there. It's just a matter of getting through the bureaucracies of it. I think the sheriff's on it, right? Christina's other half is Captain Gherkin, so the sheriff is on it, and they see the magic of it too, obviously, as well. So, but mostly, and Lizette's team piloted it last year, but most, if not all, the nonprofits and community groups are on it, right? So now it's the big pillars, the school district, city, county. Once we're on it, the magic's going to really happen. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we worked with the system last year for the first time. We were piloting, and it really helped us ease that stress of the family because they call us thinking that we're a housing agency. That's the first thing that we get. Can you help me pay the rent? And I said, we cannot, but this is how we're gonna refer you. Yeah. So yeah, when they call us most of the time, when the families are calling us, is to ask for the housing. So it has really helped us stream that and it has really helped the families get that housing or the assistance. So that has released some of the stress of the families because they're in survival mode. They call us just, this is what I want. So we want to try to ease that in order for them to focus on the education, because if a family is not housed, they don't really care about taking the kids to school. So yes, thank you.
Could you talk about faith-based organizations? I think a lot of times when people are in crisis, they don't think about going to the government or even a nonprofit. They contact a church. It may not even be their church. But is there a way to coordinate all of the faith-based groups?
Yes, absolutely. There is a way to do that, and just letting them know about Unite Us as well, and just the effectiveness of the platform and the ease of the platform itself. A lot of times it's, oh no, another platform, right? But all the organizations that are utilizing it and entities that are utilizing it, even just what you've spoke of, they see the benefit, the fastness and efficiency of the referral being taken care of, which is meeting the needs of those families or that client, which is the number one thing. And then also the accountability piece. If that referral isn't made, it's come back. So yes, it is something that is available to faith-based faith-based as well, and it is beneficial for them as well, and being able to connect them, because every church doesn't have everything, just like a nonprofit doesn't have every service. So.
And Christina's been a leader in that faith-based community as well, and I've been able to meet a lot of those leaders in our community doing this work, and they are all working, if not already on Unite Us, but working on it, but also the groups that work in the churches or with faith-based organizations are also on it as well. So, and seeing that data is important, right? Because that's where we can really see where the pockets are and zip codes and stuff like that, and that's where the city and county can be involved too, in seeing where all these resources are, but very good question.
Thank you so much for your presentation and everything you do for the community. It's vast what she actually does. Shameless plug for, I know you partner with One More Child, and that is a faith-based organization that serves the community overall, but it also serves the foster care community, and Lisette has been on that team as well. And then we work together again on another one called Growing Oaks, and that's another one that has done basically the same thing in the foster care to connect the dots to where everybody could have that resource. But would it be fair to say that we need to get our pastors of our church connected with the Unite Us, that they could be, if there's a service and a need, to our local community? Because I know I know my church, we do a lot of mission work in other countries, and we have such a huge need right here in our own community. So I'm asking faith people and leaders in our community, look at home needs a little closer, a little harder, because it's just going through the numbers that you did on the rents and all of that. We can't, as a school district, control rents or anything like that, but we can connect with the political people that we have connections with and ask them, hey, who do you know that could get onto that system that we could send a referral to through the Unite Us platform, am I right? So would that be, and I know that we did a faith-based thing at Southeast in an auditorium, Mr. Chapman.
Yeah,
Is that?
Thanks to Christina. Yeah, we meet regularly, and that's a big effort. We have a lot of pastors who have opened up their churches and open up mentoring and tutoring for many of our kids. There's a program, Avenue 941, for example, is a very successful program in many of our churches in the Central Corridor. And so, if, like you said, if there are pastors out there who are looking to help and want to help, to either reach out to Christina or myself, or there's plenty of ways, and we can obviously put them to work. But
And like the, some that just end up being homeless and they have the children, I'm not sure where the connection is. When does the county welfare system say, hey, you probably need to put your child in a foster home versus living in a tent? Is that ever?
To my knowledge, that's not ever a reason for removal. So, but I don't work in that field.
Okay.
But just from what I've heard in conversation, however, that's a great question that I can point you in the right direction of who to ask.
Right, okay, because I just, go ahead.
as you might know, the Children Protective Services, which is under the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, is transitioning out of the Sheriff's Office to the Department of Children and Families. There's about 7 counties in Florida where the CPS office existed in the Sheriff's Office. So, and big counties, Pinellas and very big counties, we're actually the last county to transition, which is good, because all the lessons learned for the last couple of months during that transition out of a Sheriff's Office to the Department of Children and Family will be an easy transition. I think they finalize it next week. But we've met with the Department of Children and Families team, and great people, and their goal is to make sure that we do everything we can to prevent a child from ever entering the DCF system or the DJJ system, right? So there's this renewed
Prevention.
Prevention, collaboration to make sure that we do everything we can as a school district, as a city, county, state agencies to really prevent that from happening, from a child having to enter the foster care system or the DJJ system, and be abandoned or whatever the case is. So all of that coordination right now is going on a very large scale, and it's exciting work, because we may be one of the only counties to really put all this together, and then to have an IT platform to make those referrals and talk that way. That's a game changer for our schools and our families, and especially our principals, right? And all of the weight of all of that work of our social workers and counselors. That's really going to make things efficient and really going to help these families get services in a quicker, faster way.
And ultimately leads down to our students.
Yeah,
Yes.
and which is more learning, right? And really seeing that effect,
Right, and having their basic needs met truly, so that they can just walk in the classroom and learn, right? And, or if you go back to just the model that is being rolled out here in Manatee County, it's that organizational connectivity with that coordinated database to that cross-sector collaboration. So that's pulling in all of those entities to do that, to help meet the needs in a more effective way for our students' families.
I think it's incredible.
Like, imagine a sheriff, right? A sheriff pulling up at a house can maybe have a little more data, right? Before they enter the home or deal with that situation. Just seeing some of that data of wow, this family's been referred, so many times to a therapy or food bank. They're going in thinking, okay, this is how I'm going to handle the situation, which is, that's a game changer. And then say a social worker or whatever it is, that's really going to be very, very helpful to us.
It's like having a history book on that particular family or student.
And again, like Christina said, protecting the privacy is there, the security is all there, right? So this isn't a free-for-all database. This is a very secure, the FERPAs and the HIPAAs and all that is all there and protected. this is a well-oiled machine.
And not everyone can see that.
Right.
Even.
Right.
Not all the organizations can see it. There's security
Right.
with all of that.
You have
But
to have access to,
Right.
security access.
And consent, and remember, the family,
Right.
parent, legal guardian, whatever it is, consents to being referred to a service.
right.
Wonderful.
Ms. Messenger, any questions from you or anything?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Jaden?
Maybe I missed it, so please excuse me, but are we is the school system connected to Unite Us or not?
Yes, and we piloted it last year with Project Heart, and then this year we're now going to add our counselors and social workers to the platform. But it's outside of our focus system, any of our IT systems, right? This is just somebody logging in to the Unite Us platform on a computer and making that referral. It doesn't touch our SIS or focus system. There's no data sharing, if you will, between organizations.
So there is still the issue that that Mr. Rinaldi and I talked about timely referrals from.
Yes.
I'm not understanding how I'm just trying to get to a place where we could do better in that area, and I haven't heard how we're going to do that, or what's an idea for that, or how do we get more timely referrals.
So if you look at the current model that's in place for Handle with Care, that streamlines and fast tracks that system. So externally to the schools. So in this case, it would be utilizing that, but fast tracking it to Project Heart, the hero at the school, the Lisette's office, so that it can go out that way. So that they can get the help that they need, and transportation can get right on it, all of those pieces. It just helps get that information to the right people faster.
So being a
Mr.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, think of it this way. It's not a referral system the other way. It's not, no one's going to make a referral to the school district's transportation department for transportation. This is for community social services from families to those community services. Does that make sense? The whole transportation conversation is a separate conversation out of the Unite Us system. Does that maybe answer your question? So think of a referral more as a food bank, job training, healthcare, some sort of crisis of some sort. Not this family moved, they need a bus to now take them to school. That's an internal school district procedure outside of what we're talking about here. This is more of a county-wide type.
So I heard, being a former English teacher, tenses of verbs matter. So Mrs. Gherkin said, handle with care would do something, which is different than is doing something. So we're not connected yet. This isn't happening.
No, so handle care is something different. I'll try to explain handle care. Handle care was actually created here. It is now a state, almost national-wide program that Manatee County began. And what it, in its simplest definition, is if you're a sheriff and you had to go to a domestic dispute at a home, and you go into that home and you've had to arrest somebody because of violence, and it was the reason why you had to and there was children present. That officer is now, and kudos to all of our police chiefs and sheriff to have worked and kind of created this with all of us and other agencies. So that part of that routine of obviously arrest and then filing reports and all that is to put in a handle with care, or a report into the handle with care system that there was a crisis or a trauma or something that happened in that home. We, the school district, get that message, and then our team gets that and makes sure that teacher, and principal that next day knows that there was something that happened in that, so that the next day they know to handle that child with care, right? And that's separate from the Unite Us system, right? That's an example of coordination that we have already with our law enforcement, We're looking to try to expand it to paramedics as well, and maybe some other type first responders, so that trauma or crisis that was seen and that child might have been involved with, you get it, so that that child can then be handled with care the next day. The example then is the Unite Us is kind of a similar system, if you will, whereas a social worker or a counselor at the school district, knowing of a family in need, can put a referral in that system, and within 48 hours that family's getting help. Whereas right now, that social worker has to go back to their computer and start to call Kevin Chapman at the food bank, hope you get Kevin, and say, hey, I have this family, here's their address, here's what they need, and then you got to hope Kevin follows up on it, and you don't know where it goes, you know, and that's even if Kevin answers the phone or answers the email, and that could take days, you know. Now, obviously great people at the food bank, but it's just the amount of requests they get. But if it's through an IT, you know, work order system, if you think about a referral system, it happens in 48 hours, and you know that help was then gone to that family.
The members of the community can make referrals and Unite Us, or?
No, only people who have licenses to the system, right? So you know, that's why it's our, you know, licensed either social workers or counselors can make that.
So when something, I assume these handle care reports are done on a regular basis, every time like a sheriff gets. So then how do we go in on a daily basis and look at the handle care reports and say?
Yeah, we have staff members who are in charge of every day looking for those handle care reports. And I think last year, I think Mr. Schreier reported, I think something like 700 or maybe over 700 of those handle with care instances in last school year.
So if we're doing that, which we are apparently, then why is there a concern from Mr. Rinaldi's side about we're not getting timely communications on these children that need our services? I'm trying to find where the disconnect is, because Mr. Rinaldi says at least that it would be better to have more timely notification for his staff to provide whatever services we're legally obligated to provide.
I think that's just transportation. I think he was just talking about transportation.
Okay, well, why aren't we?
I thought he was talking about the family themselves notifying whoever needs to be, like, to get actually, because they got to give consent to the Unite Us. So if we never know if family needs it, that's what I thought.
Unite Us is outside of handle care. That's what you just told.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is
a family's need for a bus transportation is completely outside of Handle with Care or the Unite Us system.
It's way different.
That is just a family needing transportation.
But if we get a notification through handle care, then
the only notification you're going to get through Handle with Care is that a police officer or a sheriff deputy went to a home and there was trauma or crisis that a child was involved with, and the teacher the next day is seeing that child needed to be handled with care because of what they might have been through the night before.
Okay, so what I'm thinking of is a little checklist that says we got to handle with care notice. Here are the things we need to be thinking about: transportation, I don't know, whatever other things that we're required to do by the school system or would like to do by the school system, and just say, oh, there's a handle care notification. Is it transportation, B, C, D, and going down that list, and then immediate communication with Mr. Rinaldi's people instead of, I don't know, whatever's happening now, which maybe isn't adequate.
Well, I think handle with care is different than
It's way
the
different.
homelessness of like
Yeah,
Unite Us
Right.
coming.
The transportation has. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. A handle with care notification has nothing to do with transportation of a student or even homelessness of a student.
Right.
Or even all it has to do with is that law enforcement interacted with that child's family, and we're just making sure the schools know that something had happened and that to keep an eye on that child. Now, if the child doesn't show up for school the next day, obviously our schools are trained to then figure out what's going on, right? Make contact and figure out what's going on. Now, one of those things might be he missed the bus or something, but the whole, and I understand what you're saying, is Kevin, isn't there a way that the school district has for families who are struggling with transportation, whether they need transportation or something's going on with transportation, is there a way for them to contact the school for help in the transportation area? And right now, that way is either them contacting the school or contacting our transportation department.
I guess what I'm talking about is being proactive instead of reactive. What I heard you just say was reactive. Joey Smith didn't show up for school. We got a handle care notification on Joey Smith. Guess what? He didn't show up for school. Oh, gee, maybe he needs a ride on a bus or transport. What we could have done is said we'll be proactive and say, oh, we got a handle with care. I wonder if this case, now as a homeless case, I wonder what are our obligations and who could we contact? Okay, Joey Smith was removed last night. Maybe we call the sheriff's department and say, is he in foster care now? Is he in a homeless situation?
All that happens.
Okay.
That happens right away.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why this handle with care is a model. I mean, we have school districts that come and see how we do this. So it is a model for the state and nation what handle with care is doing here in Manatee County. So that is absolutely what's being done.
If I could, what it is I know from example, from experience, a child is involved in something where the sheriff was there. The handle with care process is to alert the teacher that this child may have a study problem today, an emotional problem today, a lot of different things that goes through their head because of something that happened over the weekend and their parent was arrested, a death in the family could be reported, all of those things. And it's just the districts getting the alert that there was something that could traumatize that child, and we need to handle that child with care today and understand that they went through something pretty traumatic, usually is the case, and then we have that process. What this Unite Us platform is for other needs that are way different than that. So they don't talk to each other, I guess, is what would be the best analogy. But the Unite Us is more with the social, economical needs more than the emotional need, where the handle with care platform. Am I correct in that assessment?
Handle with care is like a red flag, right?
Yes,
So-
it's just
so what will
something
happen-
happened.
What will happen that day is our counselors or our social workers will go visit that child, right?
Right.
Or probably make contact with the parent first and kind of see what's going on. And now with the United System, they can
It's
see
the
if
next
they
level.
can then refer some services if that family needs those services.
Right.
Right.
I just wanted to make it a little simpler, because this platform, Unite Us, is a broader avenue that we're gonna look into, so, that we're actually involved in, so. I hope that clarified it.
I probably don't understand it well enough. I understand the difference there. I understand what you're saying. My only point is if we get a handle care message, are there 5 things that the school system should be thinking about before we go to Unite Us? So,
Oh, yeah.
okay,
Oh,
you
yeah.
call the sheriff and you go, no, Joey Smith, I went to the house, but the child stayed in the house. Great, they don't need transportation, they don't need B, they don't need C, they don't need D. Or, no, we removed Joey Smith from the house. He does need new transportation because he's now 10 miles away from his home in a foster
All that
care. And before it even goes to Unite Us, out in another system.
That's exactly what happens.
And that's,
Yeah.
okay, if you tell me that's what's happening, then that's what's happening.
And that's why it's so unique, right? It's because that was never happening before, right? So now because meaning we wouldn't know if a sheriff showed up at the home. We may never know, right? And that there was something traumatic that happened. But now that we'll know within 24 hours or less, that's a game changer for that teacher and that school, because now they can, start to do what you just did and prepare for that child the next day and start to figure out what's going on.
Right. And so when I was talking about the Unite Us platform and the Hope Pathways initiative, just being able to help the school identify externally. So in the same way, if an organization comes across a family, we can red flag the school to let them know. And then with Project Heart, and they already have an amazing procedure that goes out internally for how to care for that child.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Great presentation.
Really appreciate what you do.
Great conversation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Laura, did you see my email? It's 12:50. Board, do you want to take a quick break to grab and let the staff grab some food, whatever, for lunch, and then come back and work? Yeah.
I just have one question. I know that you had said earlier that there was time certain. I just wanted to know what those time certains were set to.
Yep.
I know.
Those were the two that we had
Right.
definitely told. Mr. Chapman, did Andrew?
Andrew's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so I can give him a time frame.
Okay.
Are you thinking
I-
probably more
I know
like?
me personally, I got a 2 o'clock stop. 5 hours I thought was enough, and it was not for these items. So, which you guys can continue on after 2 o'clock. But, so for me, if we're gonna get something, I'd like to get something and work through while we're eating.
What was the time certain for, Andrew?
He's okay. He's at a conference in Tallahassee, so he's all right.
He's good for whenever.
He's gonna step out whenever he can, whenever he needs
So we
to.
can just take a
Yes.
quick,
I mean, is there suggestions? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going
A
to say, can
working.
I suggest that after lunch we do the legislative portion? Because if you want to stop at 2,
No, we're not gonna do both.
I don't think we're going to get through both, and that's understandable because I feel like the board has really taken the time to understand these topics, so there's
Yeah, I was
no
gonna ask
fault
to
in
push
any of that.
to push the sales tax to the next.
That's all I was going to
Is that
suggest
okay?
is do that. Just let's focus on the legislative stuff and
Yeah.
push the sales tax thing because,
Agreed.
no, she says no.
Or let me ask you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just because, I think,
You need an answer for the budget.
correct.
I get it. Well, I'm okay to stay later if we need to get everything done. I was kind of prepared to tackle all of it if we had to, but that's me.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
I can just
if I
push
go,
off
you
my
guys can
1
decide
o'clock and say,
what
there
you
you
want to
go.
do.
You're walking out the door at 2 either way is what you're saying.
Correct.
Gotcha. Well, I don't want to have conversations without you here.
But again, I know there was concern about not doing legislative today before Ms. Foreman went to the Greater Consortium. But to be honest, but the Greater Consortium is going to have some of this stuff on here. To be honest,
They might have better language than what we've got right now because there's some language.
Yeah, there's some.
I'm okay to have the Greater Consortium come back and say, here's what we want to do, and we tweak. I don't know. I just don't remember, like, have we ever come with our own personal stuff and added to the Greater Consortium? I don't know. Or do we just kind of go with Greater Consortium's things, and then we come back and say, are we okay to approve these?
That's how we've done it in the past.
I was gonna say, I've always found their language to be helpful because sometimes I don't, like I said, there's some wording things here that I have a lot of suggestions and wording.
Are you okay to push so are you okay to push the legislative back?
Was the point of the it was gonna give us an update though of things that have taken place? Or it was really just going to be, because we never got that legislative update, which is what was my request, was
Okay.
what changed? I want updates on those things so that the community can hear it, right? That was
Yep.
my request, not to do the platform stuff now but I know that the rest of the board want to do it early because they want to get it out there. Cool. So I thought it was gonna be both, but now you're shaking your head. No, it's not. It's gonna be a whole lot more of talking about language. Then I
Right.
say, wait, because we're gonna have probably language. And also sometimes they have different topics. Like I know that before they've had stuff about hurricane shelters, stuff like that, that is not something that we haven't really thought about, but really could get benefit from.
Right, and like some of this is like our personal district stuff. Some of
Right.
it's not.
Yeah, we switched it a little bit this year because of the session that we wanted to get the platform done before the update. So absolutely I can come back and do an update at any time. But right now the priorities seem to be something that's more timely.
Get done.
Because we got to schedule meetings with committee chairs and things like that. If we want an appropriation request and some of these items to change statutes, it's good to get those meetings with committee chairs done here soon, or at least get on their books soon.
Just a thought. Can you just say you will have an hour for this and you will have an hour for that, and you be succinct and have your questions ready to go, and we just do it?
You're talking about today, right now?
Both of them.
Well, there's only an hour left.
Oh gosh, it's already 1. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm saying.
Gosh, gotta get a bunch of politicians in a room, and I'm looking at the 12 and not the 55.
Right.
Yeah, you're not gonna get through both.
So,
I'm okay waiting, I guess, the legislative thing, since we're not gonna get an update. That,
I would like to
wait
get an
until
update,
Mrs.
too.
Foreman, thank you.
I would like for the next workshop for Ms. Foreman to like tell us what they said as well.
I mean, maybe there's more
I say
benefit to
day,
doing that and
later.
just tackle the charter school stuff, because I get the need to tackle that.
Okay. Are we all okay with that? Yep. Okay.
As long as,
Is 10 minutes okay for the next recess?
yes.
Okay. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. And Ms. Sellers, you're up with the sales surtax charter school info. All you.
Good afternoon. We're going to start with the school surtax history. Now, starting back in June 21st, 2026, the board adopted a resolution regarding the 2018 half-cent sales tax to be placed on the ballot in November 2016. Now, at this time, the state statute that was in effect as of July 1st, 2016, it had language related to the resolutions for these sales tax ballots. And it had said that the resolution had to include a statement that provided a brief and general description of the school capital outlay projects to be funded by the surtax and be placed on the ballot by the governing board of the county. So in preparation of the vote that was occurring in November, the board met on October 25, 2016 to discuss their desire to make available to charter schools a portion of the 2018 sales tax. On that day, the board approved a proposed sale tax block grant for qualified or eligible charter schools, and that was related to section 1013.62 in the Florida statutes. And their decision indicated that should the state assign any portion of the district's millage revenue to the charter schools, this grant will be discontinued. So a couple weeks later, on November 18th, the citizens approved that ballot to have referendum for the school sales surtax for the half cent, and it was for the period starting January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2032. So after that point, the district kept up with the sending each year to the charter schools, starting in 2018 when the sales tax went in effect, all the way through this past year through 2022-23 fiscal year, notifications to the charter schools indicating that it was time for them to be able to apply once again each year for this sales tax block grant for the annual distribution. And each time these notifications were provided to the charter schools, they had the same summary language as in the first, where it said, should the state assign any portion of the district's millage revenue to charter schools, this grant will be discontinued. So during that time period, on July 1st, 2020, the state law went into effect, and they added a sentence to that statute that said the resolution must include a statement that the revenues collected must be shared with eligible charter schools based on their proportionate share of the total school district enrollment. Now, that was for essentially future revenues, because that was applicable to resolutions that were adopted as of 2020. This district's sales tax currently right now is on the resolution that was approved by citizens back in 2016. So that particular language is not written in the resolution that's in effect for this county. And then HB 1259 just this past year is going to be adjusting the language once again on July 1st, effective July 1st, 2023, and is adding the sentence that says surtax revenues shared with charter schools shall be shared based on their proportionate share of total school district capital outlay full-time equivalent enrollment. Again, this language is to be put on ballots that are adopted starting in July 1st, 2023. So this is the history right now as of for this particular sales tax levy that is occurring in this county for the district. And so, don't know if at this point in time, if we have Stephen come up to, oh, I do have one thing to add, though. How the district dispersed or made the allocations or the distributions to these charter schools was during this time period, starting back in 2018, the charter schools have been receiving the PICO capital outlay portions. Let's say it's about 4.5 million a year in this particular district to those charter schools. And so the dollar amount, since it was the district spirit to do the share, that is the particular allocation that the district used to use the matching funds from the surtax to make that equivalent. That was the allocation, versus this proportionate share that they're talking now. So that was the premise for how the district so far up until this point has been making those distributions of the sales tax to the charter schools.
I do think it's probably then
Now him.
Mr. Dye. I know that
Okay.
you gave us an opinion, so, what are your thoughts on how we should move forward with what we're discussing?
Yeah, I'll kind of tell you what I think your options are. That was a great summary, Rachel. 'Cause it's been a long process. This began in 2002, and then it got renewed in 2016. And I think it goes till 2032. So it's important. One of the things she said is very important is the resolution that you're working under right now, which went to referendum and was voted on by the citizens in the county, did not dedicate any portion of these funds to the charter schools. But going forward, when it gets renewed, you have to. You will the referendum, because of the changes in the state law, when this comes up again in 2031, I guess, that year, getting ready for 2032, you'll be required, or school districts will be required to include charter schools. And you're seeing that in the funding in general right now. The charter schools getting a piece of the action, in most things. And you're also seeing the same formula, which is, the per capita, not based on performance, based on just heads, So, so the options, the school district, because the charter schools lobbied, they wanted some of this money in 2016. So the board came up with this. They didn't put it in the referendum, but they came up with this thing on the side, this block grant application process. And as that's been administered, it's been stated since the beginning that if the state ever dedicated millage funds to the charters, that the block grant process application would be terminated. That actually has occurred. Charters now get a dedicated part of the millage. But in addition to that, the latest legislation that says if you give the charters surtax money, you have to use this state formula. So that makes, what I've opined is that makes, you're not even allowed to do this block grant anymore, because you're giving surtax to the charters, you are using this alternative method, and it says if you give money to the charters, you have to use this statutory method, which is just the per student based on the total population of the whole district that the charters have. So if that makes sense, so your options are really, you have the option, and it's been disclosed to the charters that the block grant process was going to end when they got millage. The law is not retroactive where you have to start giving you're not mandated to give money to the charters based on the surtax. You will next time this gets, goes to the voters if it gets passed. So your options is you can end the block grant, which you really have to, and not give them any more money out of this funding source till the, referendum runs all the way to 2032. Or you would have to, if you just wanted to give them money out of the surtax, you have to follow the formula. And I think you've seen some projections of how that affects your budget. And from what I understand, it's a pretty significant effect on the budget, because it's per capita. So, whereas I think the block grant process, we had other criteria, performance, things like that, of how you were entitled to it. So, you're not voting today, but because of the effect on the overall district budget, you'll need to make this decision pretty quickly. Does that clear?
Can I ask a clarifying question? So are you saying then it's zero, it's nothing, or this, I think it's basically double what we were
Yes.
before? So it's nothing or double?
That's how the statute reads. It says if you're giving the charters funds from the surtax, you have to use that formula.
I have a question. The millage and the sales tax referendum are two different things.
Yes.
They're kind of, but you talked about both of them in the comments that you made. So how does the millage bear on this situation?
This is really separate, but they're similar in that they both came from referendums.
Okay.
So they're both additional funding that the local citizens voted to allow the district to obtain.
Okay.
So and they go to different things. Surtax goes to capital.
Right.
And the millage goes to operations.
Right.
But they're similar in that they both were derived from referendums. The surtax has a much longer period that it lasts than the millage. The millage, you have to keep passing it pretty frequently.
So does the new law apply to both the millage and the sales tax referendum?
Not what we're talking about today only applies to the surtax.
Applies to the surtax.
But they are, if you research it, they are intertwined in the statutory, in the code. It's very confusing, but the statutes that govern this usually have sections on both. And not just school stuff, county referendums, all these different taxing districts have similar optional referendums they can do. So it's complex.
But we do share our millage with charter schools.
Yes.
15%, right?
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
not like,
Yes.
They're not.
and we don't have.
We've always done that.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry. I don't wanna-
So what has prompted this? Because I remember I sat down with the head of the Manatee School of the Arts, and he went through the issue here. Has the state allocated them now some extra money, some PICO money or something that?
Yes. They get capital.
Oh, yes.
Capital outlay.
Capital outlay.
Capital outlay.
Okay, and so then our original resolution said if you get this money from the state, then we're not going to give you any more of our money. Is that?
Well,
Is that?
not the resolution. We came up with a block grant to do that, and that's what it said. But what went to the voters, it did not say that. Correct?
What went to the voters, but I gave, what went to the voters that they voted on in the ballot, it was not on the ballot, but the conversation and the board meeting did occur that voted, and so the citizens were aware of it 2 weeks beforehand that charter schools were getting it.
And then
But they also had,
with the stipulation, and you were on there.
I was not.
Oh, no, you weren't.
I was sitting in the audience. They watched videos.
Yes,
of me
that's
sitting
right.
in
With the
audience.
stipulation of if the state ever gave you capital outlay money, which now they are, this is gone.
it was gonna be
I just want to say one thing. I recall, like I said, I wasn't on the board, But I recall, and I think I had mentioned it to you, that it was only promised for that first year.
Correct.
It was not promised, if I recall correctly, any other year after that, just the first year. And the district continued it, but it was only promised for the first year.
That's true. There was never a board meeting where they came back again and had the same discussion that they did on October 20, in 2016. So the district kept doing the same block grant annually after that, even though there was no reconvening on a.
So, Mrs. Foreman, did you have the same, I'm trying to understand the director of the Manatee School of the Arts, trying to remember his argument. He thought that maybe technically this is correct, but he felt like it wasn't within the spirit of all the discussions or that had taken place. I thought he talked with you about that too. I'm trying to remember his argument that just because we're getting this extra money over here, we supported your referendum, we got the community behind it, we, we're for it, and just because the state allocates us some money doesn't mean that we shouldn't also keep participating because we were part of it. We voted for it. We morally supported it, but
I was either in the seats out there or watching it on TV as well, and I recall that it was promised just for 1 year. But the participation or the having the charter schools help get this thing passed was, it was important. Where I'm learning something new today, and this one really concerns me, is that because of the state law, it's this much, much higher number or zero. We can't continue doing what we have been doing. That changes it for me. Unfortunately, with legislation, you win some and you lose some. And charter schools have won some things and they won some things for the next time out. But I really, it's a tough nut to crack on this one, so.
what is the amount? I mean, apparently I somehow didn't miss it. Are we allowed to talk about it? Or?
Yeah, no, I said I forget.
I don't, what is the number?
Okay, well, for 23, 24, using the block grant method was 2.7 million plus or minus. If we use the state's model, it's 6.175 million.
Okay, thank you.
So it's like double
More than that.
plus.
Double plus, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that's,
What are you reading from this one? The same thing I have here?
yes, we're all,
Okay.
yeah, we
Did
were all given the
did
same
you
thing.
receive any, so let's say it's all or nothing, and we kind of, I know we can't vote today, but we seem to come to a conclusion that it's nothing, and the charter schools say, okay, we're taking you to court, how is our legal case, or what are your thoughts on that, or, are we on good legal standing? I guess that's my question to you.
Yeah, I also I failed to mention, Ms. Sellers pointed out, when it got voted on by the board in 2016, it was kind of a sloppy vote, it looked like, and it did have some language like the staff was directed to come up with some equitable way to, distribute money to the charters for just for 1 year. Almost like the board was going to go back and analyze it after a year and then formally maybe, but what happened, what appears to have happened in reality is it
didn't.
It just kept going.
It didn't.
And, but the block grant, I guess, paperwork that would go out annually would reiterate the statement that if it ever was, if the charters ever got that additional capital funding, the block grant process would end.
Which they did get, apparently.
Yes,
From the state.
yes, and it didn't exist at the time in 2016 when they got the block grant thing. As far as the interpretation I have, I mean, the statute's pretty clear. It says surtax revenues shared with charter schools shall be shared based on their proportionate share of the total school district, capital outlay, full-time equivalent enrollment, da-da-da. So it's based on just the number of students that charter schools have based on the total number of students in the district.
Okay.
So the formula's right there, it says shall. I can't interpret it any other way that you have to use that method.
Right.
You can't use a lesser
So,
method.
so we don't have, but because this surtax was passed back in 2016, and because there was no language in the surtax, either in the meeting or in the actual language of the referendum that said, we will share this with the charter schools, we're not under any legal obligation to share it with the charter schools. And therefore, what you just read there doesn't, about sharing proportionally based on FTE basically doesn't apply because it wasn't in the referendum, it wasn't part of the discussion within the board, and it was passed before that law was passed.
Yeah, and maybe more importantly, it wasn't in the referendum, so the voters didn't vote to share it.
They didn't vote to share it, okay.
Yeah.
That was kind of decided like afterwards or something that we would share it, or?
No, it was at the meeting.
It was like the week before
The week before the voting.
the election.
I wasn't there, but my understanding is that the charters, or the representatives of the charters were making a case that we'll support this, but we want some piece of it. And that ended up becoming this block grant application process.
So what is actually legally binding on the board? If there's a discussion at a board meeting, based on the story that was just, and when I say story, the truth that was just told of the events that just happened, what's legally binding on us? Is it just the specific language of the referendum, which is only limited to a certain number of, words or characters, or did what the school board decide back then, is that somehow legally binding, or is that just kind of a?
It's the action of the board.
Okay, and did they vote on it? Did they vote? I guess they had to vote to share this, to share the money at the time?
For 1 year.
For 1 year, okay.
Through this, they didn't even say what method, but they said through some kind of equitable distribution.
And then it just kind of, the status quo just stayed as it was, and it just kept on going and going and going, and the board never went back and voted on it again. Looks like Dr. Weissong would like to roll it.
Ms. Sellers and I had the video from, it was October 25th, 2016, so we went back and kind of watched the replay, and Mr. Dye is correct that the way the item was proposed was not the way that the discussion ultimately went with the board, and then the motion was revised. And so it was this idea of 1 year only, but, keep talking and then come up with something that's fair. But then the block grant continued, and I guess the argument is that charters never came back and said, this doesn't work for us, and the staff kept giving, the grant and budgeting for it. And so I guess that worked for a long time. The reason why I think this discussion is important is in formulating whatever action item I'm going to formulate for the board's vote. I wanted to hear what you all are thinking, because this is a significant decision, and ideally we make that decision at the same time as final approval of the budget, so that we know what money we're going to be putting out or not, so that we're kind of budgeting appropriately, especially with this next year being the end of ESSER 3 and some other things, right? And so it gets really important for long-term planning purposes that, that we get this right. So that's kind of I think the state law change puts us in this predicament, as Mr. Dye said, of choosing one or the other. And then the fact that none of you were on the board in 2016 when this decision was made, and our need to really get this next year's budget right so that we can plan for future years. All of that kind of creates this perfect storm, but the board does need to give us direction one way or the other.
I tend to agree with Ms. Foreman that there are things that would be nice to do, and then there are things that are legally required to do, and we just probably can't afford it, so to speak. I mean, or maybe it's not a prudent, it's a prudent thing to do based on what would be nice to do and what would be what we are legally required to do based on future expenditures, the fact that ESSER money is going away, an outlay of that kind of money, which would be nice to do, but we're not legally required to do, may not be in the best interest of the school district. So.
So my thoughts are, we were giving them back then, the board, and can obviously has continued to give them capital money, which is what the sales tax is for, because they were not getting any capital money from the state. Correct?
Except for the PICO.
Well, right, the PICO eventually went to them and stuff, yes.
Right.
But now that they will be getting money from the state, because we have to share the 1.5 capital outlay, which we never had before, they're not, I mean, yes, theoretically they're losing on one source, but they're still getting a source. Mm-hmm. So it's not like they're walking away with nothing. It's not like we're saying you're no longer getting anything. They're getting a piece of the 1.5 capital outlay they never did before. So, and of course, throughout the years, they're not going to come back and say, hey, you only said this is good for a year. Are you sure you want to give it to us again?
They just kept taking.
And they were told it is, and that letter shows every single year it said, unless the state gives you capital funding. Well, they are. And so if the state never passed the surtax rule of divvying out money a certain way, to me, the block grant's over. Our policy currently right now, the block grant's over because they're getting money from the state, capital-wise. So even if the other law didn't happen where you've got to give a proportionate share instead of doing a block grant way, it's over. To me, that policy that we had in place is over, and we would have to create a new one. Does that make sense? We can't do a block grant the same way because the state's telling us we can't. So regardless, the block grant is done because the language said with their contract with the charter schools, it's our policy, says that once the state gives money, it's over. So now the choice is, okay, is it over and we're done and that's it? And you're going to get your PICO, you're going to get your capital outlay money, and you're going to get your millage, that for operations, and that's it. Or are we going to continue something that our policy says to discontinue? Or create something new, I don't know. Or create our own, or now go back to our policy and change our policy, right? I mean,
I'm not sure we can.
No.
We can't create anything because I thought that's what he said. It's
Yeah,
basically, yeah.
no. What I'm saying is you can create that. You've got to give them the amount of money that the state tells you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
That, yeah.
Not create something different. Yeah. What I'm saying is if we're going to give some of the surtax, it's got to be what the state says, but we don't have to do that at all. Yeah.
No, I get it. Things were said, intentions were there, and to change that is uncomfortable. But I'm looking at the block grant form. Should the state assign any portion of the district's millage revenues to charter schools, this grant will be discontinued. So, as Mr. Dye said, the block grant's over. And if we wanted, even if we wanted to keep the same amount of money that we've been paying in the past going, we can't. And, I would not support giving them the share as defined in statute.
I mean, and eventually we're gonna have to, right? Obviously.
Eventually,
Yeah,
but
eventually we're
no-
gonna
but-
have to. So
yeah,
it is,
yeah.
so, you know, they're gonna get it eventually.
Yeah.
Just not, and I think if it would have said, obviously retroactively, of course, that language was in there. And I think that if the law would have said, or continued to allocate surtax money the way you've been doing up until your next renewal, like that'd have been different, right? But they didn't, and I just think it's kind of cut and dry that the grant's discontinued. Yeah.
I have a question. You said adding this to the agenda in conjunction with the budget. Is the intention then to add it to the same meeting, which is in September, or prior to it?
Well, by having the discussion today, we could do it prior. Or we can do it this, we have an option to do either. But I wanted to hear the discussion, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you have thoughts,
My thought would be
Listen.
not put it on the same meeting as the budget, because I have concerns, I don't think that the majority of this board has had hotly debated and contested items come before them very much, if at all. I mean, I can only think of one that was kind of, and it really wasn't. And I can see this becoming one that could, because I know some of the charter schools, and I can see that they could create a lot of contention. And I don't believe it would be beneficial to have it on the same agenda as the budget meeting. It sounds as if the board already feels a certain way about it.
Yeah.
And if the board already feels a certain way about it, I think it would be more beneficial to do it sooner rather than later. And the other thing I was going to ask is, if the board is making their intentions clear, which it sounds like they are, that I would just ask that we are supplied with some information that will help us respond to the feedback that I believe we'll receive. And if it's done, if we do this sooner rather than later, maybe we'll get, I don't know.
Reactive feedback.
I can see this becoming something that I don't know if we've all encountered yet. And so I think it would be beneficial that the board receive, and I know you've created it, so maybe just email it all out to us. The document that Mrs. Foreman has referenced, I know we all got it in our board briefing, about the costs, right? How much it costs us now, how much it's going to cost us. Because if we have parents that reach out to us and say, you're not funding my child's school anymore, which is, I can't imagine it not happening. I think it would be beneficial for the board to be able to say, well, actually, this is how much money they're going to receive due to the change in the law.
Right.
I also think it would be beneficial for the board to have, and I think it's included in the documents we've received from Mr. Dye, but maybe once again, so that we have it all succinct and prepared, something that states the statute and that specific language, because once again, if we get feedback and it's clear how the board feels about this, I want the board to be able to respond with facts, because they're going to come with emotion, and that's understandable. I want to be able to say, here's the statute, this is why it's changed, this is how much your school is now going to get due to this change in law, and here's the language that says this is going to be discontinued, which we have all those things, but maybe putting it in one package for the board would be beneficial.
That would be great.
Just because I can imagine that since the board feels a certain way, that the feedback we're going to get, and I just want to be able to respond to it so it doesn't become any, because I believe information quells a lot of those concerns, right? Like, they're going to hear a story, well, you're not funny. But if I can say, no, guess what? They're getting this much more, which they are, then I think that can maybe stop some of what I'm concerned will happen. And I just think if parents are properly informed with all of the facts, the changes in statute, the financial information, so that they really understand that, I think we can quell a lot of that before it becomes something that I am concerned it might become. Because it really shouldn't, because it's pretty darn clear, we don't have a lot of options here. And they are, like you said, receiving money in different forms now. But us having the tools to be able to respond to that, I think is really
Yeah, no, I
important.
agree.
I think it's really important in this case. So that's really, that's why I wanted to know what agenda it was gonna be on. I think it's better if it's not on that one, but, you know.
Yeah.
Actually, the sooner the better.
100%.
Yeah.
Rip the
That's-
Band-Aid.
That's a great point, and we can certainly put all of those documents together and give you something that's concise, and appreciate the feedback on the timeline and the sequence. That's very helpful.
In truth, I believe that back in 2016, if there was capital outlay going to them at that point, it would have never been brought up. Like it would have been a moot point. Nobody even talked about it.
Well,
It's been a gut feeling, but I guess I don't know.
No, I was gonna say, I think the superintendent at the time saw it coming and always knew eventually the state would get to this point.
Right.
I think she always saw it happening, and so that's why she put that, I think she's the one that orchestrated that whole thing. She put that in there because she knew one day it would happen. And who's to say in 2032 that the law will still be the way it is now? Like, I mean, we keep saying, well, they might get it in 2032 when it, like, we don't know that actually, because we have no idea what the law will look like, what things will shift. Like, I don't even want to talk about like, well, in the future, like, I'm not talking about in the future. I'm talking about like, let's talk about right now and what we're facing and the changes that we have right now, not about in 2032. Well, like, who knows? We don't know. We have no idea.
So it seems like there's a consensus
I-
for you all budget wise.
Well, my only question is, it was approved for 1 year, but we kept giving it to them. Is that correct in the assessment?
What it kind of seems like. I mean,
And so
I've not seen the video.
I have not either. I did not go look at that, but for to say that it was approved for 1 year, but we kept giving it for 5, 6 more years, and no one caught that? Yeah,
I just want
thank
to say,
you.
I don't know if anyone didn't catch it. I mean, I recall the superintendent when I got, because I was elected the day that it got voted on, right? So I was not part of the decision making or
Right.
how it was on the ballot or any of the other stuff, but I was elected that day because it was general election.
Right.
And, but in years since then, the superintendent would talk to the board members, at least in my briefings, she would have that conversation about it with us. So I don't know if it ever came, obviously it didn't come back before the board for approval,
Right.
but it was always understood, once that money went away,
It was gonna.
or, you know what I
I
mean?
had that conversation, but
But think about, you had a superintendent change, CFO changes,
Yeah.
board changes. So I
and
think it's just kind of-
legislation,
Yeah, I think it's
and
kind of.
legislation. So
It's
you
law.
throw all of that in there, and yeah, it got overlooked. I mean, this would have been,
I'm trying to pull up old, because audit committee does the sales surtax report every year. So, and I believe the block grant thing was addressed, but.
As you look, Dr.
I was just going to say, Vice Chair, so keep in mind that the block grant structure would have been budgeted every year.
Right.
So approved as part of the annual budget process. It's not as though there was some
right,
side thing going on. I mean, ultimately, that funding was kind of allocated, which is why we need direction on how to get next year or 23, 24 finalized. But it in theory did come back to the board each year within the budget. I think the spirit of what.
budget approval,
Right.
not a single line item discussion.
Well, yeah,
Well, it's a line item, I believe, in the capital
Right.
budget.
right.
Right.
It says it. So the board member theoretically could have been like, hey, what is this? Last year we said it's only a year, and that never happened, going to the next year. I'm assuming. Interesting.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there's a consensus.
Yeah, it does sound like there's for you all to put down the agenda for next meeting. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yes, please.
yeah, sounds good. Any other comments, board members? Anything from anybody else? All right, it's Friday. Have a good Friday.
Right, yeah.
Dolphins play at 7. We're adjourned.
Dolphins.